Good afternoon, speakers and audience. A very warm welcome to the EIC Women Leadership Roundtable, Dialogue of Confidence, How to Elevate Gender Equality and Tech Leadership. My name is Audra Shalal. I'm a female entrepreneur, business angel, and expert advisor for international organizations. I'm also your event moderator, and I'll have the pleasure of navigating us all through this 45 minutes roundtable from the EIC Summit stage. We're here to celebrate and profile a brand new initiative from the European Innovation Council, which along with its community since 2017 has been helping spur change through innovation for a competitive Europe. The EIC Women Leadership Program is a brand new initiative from the European Innovation Council that aims to enhance skills and promote networking for women in the EIC community. The EIC seeks to increase the number of women-led companies created and succeeding in business, and increase diversity and innovation in tech. Today's roundtable will gather 3 female inspiring speakers that support and nurture the participation of women in the innovation, tech, and business areas through 4 complementary activities: training, coaching, and mentoring, networking, and visibility. The numbers don't lie. According to the 2019 Global Entrepreneurship Monitor Report, 86% of French women entrepreneurs and 63% of German female entrepreneurs cited self-censorship and lack of confidence as obstacles in business. To overcome these challenges and help female entrepreneurs succeed in the long term, organizations across Europe are now leading mentoring programs. The EIC Women Leadership Program is one of the European schemes providing mentoring, coaching, trainings, and networking events to go beyond the funding support. Testimonials, challenges, and advice from who already experienced the leadership marathon can leverage confidence and promote gender equality. With this motto in mind, the EIC Summit Panel, Dialogue of Confidence, will dive into the experiences of 3 female leaders: Mahy from W Lounge, Fanny Delavelle from BPI France, EuroEquity, and Nora Stoltz from the Women Breakfast Club. Will share all the tips and tricks from their own leadership race and talk about confidence. Of course, if you're in the online or on-site audience, you can also make your voice heard at any time on Twitter, #EUEIC. So apart from questions and tweets, how else can you interact? In a set of polls, in fact, here's one right now. Please take part. One of the questions of the poll, describe your biggest fear in business in 1 word. And just to give you quick instructions, to access the poll, please go to slido.com website and enter the code #EIC, or scan the QR code that you see here on screen. Then select the Mahy room, and the poll will appear on your screen. Okay, thank you for your participation in this poll. Right enough for me. Our speakers can tell you much more about female entrepreneurship and confidence. Let's start our roundtable by talking with the speaker that I have right in front of me on stage. And we would like to start with the positive note: what is making us proud? So first, Fanny is Europe Manager at EuroEquity at BPI France. In the past, she was analyst at the World Bank Gender Innovation Lab in Washington, D.C., and the manager and co-chair of the World Bank Youth Summit on Human Capital. With a long and international career. Fanny, can you please tell us more about your experience and what accomplishments are you proud of?
Thank you so much, Audra, and it's great to be here today with this talented audience, both in person and online. I'll be focusing most of my interventions today on the topic of partnerships building, which is an area that I've grown a lot of expertise in through my experiences, as Audra mentioned, in very varied organizations, from very large structures like the World Bank to tiny organizations like the startup I created, Make It She. And I've learned through these very diverse experiences that there are lessons in corporate partnership building especially that translate and are relevant throughout the types of actors, the size of the actors, the sector of the actors that you're trying to get in partnerships with. I'll give you an example of one accomplishment that I'm proud of, which was when I was the manager of the Summit on Human Capital and Technology and Innovation at the World Bank a few years ago. We were aiming to build a community of 10,000 leaders on technology and innovation worldwide, with the culmination in a 2-day summit in which we were going to invite world leaders and corporate leaders of global corporations. So of course, to do that, we needed to create some strategic partnerships with relevant actors like Google or Microsoft or Intel. And we started the process by really reaching out, thinking about our strategic goals only, what we wanted to achieve. And we quickly saw that it wasn't working. We weren't getting the traction that we wanted from the corporation. And so we gradually learned to apply a top-to-bottom, I like to call, strategic approach to getting a strategic partnership with the actor that you want to partner with. It starts with a strategic view of at the top goals of the organization. So we started to look at posts from the CEOs of these organizations, at articles that were published about the corporation online to try and list the 3 to 5 strategic objectives that are driving the organization. And then we fine-tuned our message and our partnership proposal to make it sound as if, and we were indeed, helping that corporation to achieve those goals. So we weren't just coming with a partnership proposal like they hear 100 times a day. We were coming with a proposal that would help them to achieve those strategic goals at the top level. And then at the bottom level of the organization, once we had established contact points with trusted partners within the organizations, we made sure that we tied our success and the success of the partnership to their own professional individual success. So you want to learn what are the KPIs of these trusted contact that you have within the organization. What are they going to be evaluated on at the end of the year by their manager for their promotion? And you want to make sure that the success of the partnership is one of those KPIs, or that it contributes to the KPIs and to the success of that trusted contact that you have, because it's the main way that they are going to care enough about the partnership and about making the partnership grow to move it forward beyond the 500 other projects that they're managing.
Okay, thank you very much, Fanny. On the screen just behind me, we also have Maly Bohm, who has started as a serial entrepreneur, converted to investor, community leader, ecosystem builder, and a VC. The talk show podcast, MalyTalkShow.com, brings together her network and topics of diversity and capital. She is one of the people shaping female founders' future and opportunities at the tech ecosystem in Berlin and Europe. Maly had many accomplishments during her career, but no one better than her to describe the best ones. Can you please share your experience, Maly?
Happy and proud to be here today. Sharing my experience is, I think you said it all in terms of being a serial entrepreneur, understand both sides of the table, and potentially, Fanny talked about partnership. This is the basic of everything. Human capital here in Europe, we see that we are far behind other ecosystems, although we have all the ingredients to make it happen. So my journey taught me that everything I did potentially wrong, all the mistakes I did, I can make other people easier, journeys faster and smarter. Becoming investor was the natural step for being a serial entrepreneur, because that's the best way to support successful founder or the winners of tomorrow, by providing capital on top of providing the access, the network, and definitely the skills that we've built through the time.
Okay, thank you, Maly. Nora Stoltz is following our session from the United Kingdom. And she's a serial entrepreneur, leadership coach, and runs a boutique corporate sustainability consultancy, helping leaders and organizations to develop and implement corporate sustainability strategy on board, leadership, and organizational level. She is very passionate about developing future female leaders and dedicates her spare time to running the womanbreakfastclub.com. Which accomplishments made you particularly proud and confident?
Thank you so much, and good morning all. To start, it's such a pleasure to be here. I'm a little sad I can't be in the room. I'm a huge European at heart, originally from Germany, and happen to live in London. Just asking the tech team, because I can see my screen being a little bit buffering. Is that the same on your end? Mahy, can you say yes or no? I can see your face. Is it okay?
It's all fine from
It's
our
okay.
end.
Okay, sorry for that. It's just looks a bit buffering here. So my largest accomplishment, I think, and I can highly just endorse what Fanny and both what Mahy said. My accomplishment is that I had a quite high-flying career in the financial industry. I spent 10 years really working in leading financial institutions, working in product and strategy. And it was a high-powered, highly demanding job, and I had very little time to develop myself as an individual during that time. And I took the leap of faith and gave up everything you could, to be really light, moved to Berlin, where I also happened to then meet Mahy, which was very, very nice, and I started my technology startup. So taking a leap of faith, feeling the fear and doing it anyway is a really big accomplishment, and I think it's a muscle we all have to lean into. Growth happens outside the comfort zone. You don't have to do what I did and risk it all to do it, but it is okay. And it's okay to fail. The most important thing is, if you have that experience, you continue learning, growing, and finding your own journey. You will never be able to walk in someone else's path. And I'm really proud today to say that what I do is authentically what I believe in is the right thing, with high integrity, my steps, my vision. And I am so thrilled and happy to see my coaching clients succeed, because my job, my success is seeing they achieve their full potential. And that makes me really happy. And I would like to encourage everyone to just find their own heroine journey, as I like to say it.
Thank you, Nora, for your answer. Now I'd like to come back to Fanny and ask you to share a little bit about the failures that you have faced in your career that made you grow.
Yeah, that's a great question. I'm fascinated by the question of failure. There's a quote I actually really like by Nelson Mandela, which says, "I never fail, I either win or I learn." And this kind of quote has really changed my mentality throughout the years, from one where when I was beginning a task or a project, I was always thinking, oh, is this too big? Am I gonna fail? What's gonna happen, if I fail? To a mentality where now, when I begin an activity, I think, is this too small? Am I actually gonna learn from this? Is there even a chance that this is gonna challenge me? And this has made a huge difference in the way that I handle my work. To give you a concrete example of a failure that really actually ended up making me grow was when I was starting to develop my startup, Mahy, on online representation of women. It's a Chrome extension that can be downloaded online to see whether a web page is gender biased. And I was trying to get corporate partners to partner with me to introduce the application within their processes and their blog writing systems. And at some point, I managed to get an agreement with the corporation. I had one trusted point of contact within that organization, and I said, great, it's in the pocket. I can book my ticket to Greece and lay on the beach for the next month. This is perfect. That was a big mistake because I learned that corporations and partnership with corporations are very slow to progress, and they can fail very easily. And what happened in my case is that that trusted point of contact who really believed in my work, their manager changed. And with it, there was a change of priorities, and the new priorities of the new manager didn't include Mahy, my startup. So one thing that I learned from this, and very good advice actually I received at the time from an entrepreneur I really admire, Dale Nirvani from Good World, is that when you set up a corporate partnership, you need to have multiple trusted points of contact throughout the organization and multiple use cases of your activities in different branches of the organizations. Because that way, if one of your trusted point of contacts leaves their jobs, or if there's a change of priorities, it's going to be that much harder to get rid of you if you're really embedded throughout the organization through different projects.
Okay, thank you, Fanny. And Mahy, can you now please share your thoughts on the failures you have learned from?
You know, starting 26, and I'm more than 40 today, building 6 companies, including the fund, there's a lot to talk about. I can tell you that I'm not usually tend to see it as a failure, but a huge potential for a blue ocean and opportunities. And the biggest things I can say is the human capital around me. It's if I was super young and fresh, and I picked up the wrong investors because it was just too easy and the money was on the table, I will never do it. And what I saw fast forward, you know, raising W Launch as a community, it's exactly, I wish I had it when I started. I was looking for role models, I was looking for mentoring, I was looking for venture capital, family offices, POC with corporates, everything that you mentioned regarding partnership with it, the main critical things that empower our network. This is every ingredient that we put in the community. Community for business or impact community is something that I would never believe that it will become what it is today when I started. So I would say I learned to listen to myself, to trust my guts, and really once you have a mission, and once you have a driven team and people around you and big supporters around you, suddenly all the cards are coming together. The idea of having a very strong community that it's way beyond Berlin and Germany today. Originally, I'm from Israel. I worked in Silicon Valley in New York and in China, so you understand all the women and men that we are touching today is giving access. And one of the beautiful things that, because we are speaking today about the Women Leadership Program in the European Commission, during Corona, we saw that we can really touch all the time the problem of having such a small amount of women that even dare to build their own business, dare to build their own fund, or to see themselves as a C-level in corporates. So we just built a leadership language, and I'm very proud to partner up with the European Commission on this and to really support the beneficiaries of the EIC during this program as well. So I would say all these potential challenges and failure became a big learning and a very good execution when we are a bit older and we can help others.
Okay, thank you so much, Mahy. Nora, now's your turn to tell our on-site and online audience your failures and how you learn from them. We see from Mahy and Fanny that it's about failing often, failing fast, and failing forward.
I can highly echo that. I think if you don't fail every day, something is happening in your life that you're missing out on. So I think we should get comfortable in a system that we are having little failures as often as possible, because the little failures sometimes avoid the massive failures. And it's a little bit of a learning journey. So for instance, my biggest failure was, I would say, during my entrepreneurship of my technology startup, that everything was running smoothly. It was one milestone after the other, really a linear journey. Had it never been as linear, I was like, how is this even possible? Everything was really cushy until funding came to an end. And then there was my learning curve. My learning was that there are many different ways to run a startup, many different ways to run a technology startup. And external funding does not need to be the only choice women have. And I think there is a lot of focus and a lot of, women entrepreneurs, we don't have enough women entrepreneurs because there's no funding necessarily, no external funding. But we can see that people that are able to bootstrap their business, it depends on the business model. Not everything works bootstrapped, but there are many different ways to be a successful entrepreneur that does not require giving voting power, equity away. So there are grants, they take longer to set up. There is a way of doing a part-time job and at the same time building the business. There are barter deals. There are many different ways. And I think that's just something I would encourage people to really look and have a funding strategy that does not necessarily only rely on external capital, but really looking how they can make it work. And Fanny said partnerships, sometimes there are some interesting deals as well to be made.
Thank you, Nora. Now I'll ask our speakers their views on the Women Leadership Program and its importance in overcoming these mentioned challenges. Fanny?
Thank you, Nora. Thank you, Audra. This Women Leadership Program is such a wonderful opportunity and program for the entrepreneurs participating, but also for the European Union, as a whole. We're really still lacking women entrepreneurs and women investors, and this kind of program will help to grow this community. I think one advice that I have for women entrepreneurs in the program, but also beyond any women entrepreneur really seeking to grow their firm, is to make the most of the connections and the network that you'll be building throughout the program. You never know, the introductory conversations, exploratory conversations that you'll have with corporations or investors might lead to someone getting on your advisory board, or might lead to a partnership later on when you're ready to grow your business in that manner. And they will really, having those connections, having that network, having those early conversations will help you to fine-tune your what and your who. By what, I mean what kind of partnership you want, you need for your corporation now or in the future, and your who, meaning which corporation or which strategic partner will be able to fulfill those needs now or in the future. And really having those connections is going to help you to build that further understanding of your strategic goals, so that when you're ready to move ahead and actually find a strategic partner, you'll know exactly where to go and who to contact, and those people will already know you. They'll turn around and you'll be there like you've been there since you started contacting them through the program.
Okay, thank you, Fanny. Mahy, could you please share with us what you feel that we can extract from the Women Leadership Program?
First of all, imagine that we are sitting today and speaking about the program, but actually through the program, we will find the next Google founded by women in Europe, or something that big. And this is what we're aiming for. If it will be from Paris, from East Europe, from Germany, we understand at the moment we were on a panel, for example, when we launched the Horizon Europe, it was women fundraising for their own VCs as well. And all the topic was about diversity. And it was very refreshing to see that it's not only words, this is by doing. And this program is one of the doing things and not talking only about the problem. And the one thing that I want to say that we learned for the first cohort of the program that we did is that once you set the bar when it comes to the culture, women need to support women. It's not that obviously, and I have to say out loud that in Europe, it's less than what we see in Silicon Valley, in Israel, in other ecosystems. And once we set the bar and we said, what do you need? We are here to help you. But in another sense, what can you bring in? What value are you bringing in? It was beautiful to see how they started to actually consume business from each other, open doors for their own investors. And to be honest, for me in person, I think I will find the best investment there, because I will screen them and I will see them, and we are going to really give them access to venture capitals, to beautiful other women investors and guys, the good guys. And I think this is the power of the program. It's not talking about this. This is exactly the execution that we can do together.
Okay, thank you, Mahy. And Nora, if you could share with us on what you feel the Women Leadership Program can be, in your opinion, how we can extract the best.
I think the program itself is such a big, what they would call here, Boris Johnson likes to say these words like moonshot. And here it is, Europe coming up with a moonshot idea and really bringing it to life and being fiercely European. I could not be prouder to be part of this program and
Recording
see it grow.
stopped.
We need to remember this is just the first cohort. There will be many more to come. As with any startup, with any project, we will learn from the first one. We read the feedback, what works well, we can hone in on, improve on that. But I think it's already clear it is so well thought through, so holistically, really looking at the networking element, the hard facts, the learning and the coaching. I really believe, hands on heart, this is the tribe. Anyone who is an ambitious female founder, who is happy to contribute, as Maly said, giving and taking into the network, that is a huge opportunity. I'm very excited. I believe that network equals speed. And if you have a trusted network, that is even more important, because advice from anyone, especially if you're a female entrepreneur, is so cheap. People come up and will give you positive, like, oh, you should do this, because it's so easy, but they don't have to walk the talk. And here you have a selected group of highly talented, inspiring individuals coming together, all with a very diverse background and subset of skills and interest areas. It is incredible. We can build the world with this network.
Yes, thank you, Nora. For our last question, we talked about basically past failures, our successes. Now I'm very interested to know, what are the challenges you're facing now within the working environment presently that you're facing? Fanny?
Great question. I think I'll end my intervention on a more personal note. I think the challenge I've faced for a long time in my life, and I'm still facing, is one that is shared, I think, by most women professionals, which is one of self-confidence and the so-called imposter syndrome, having the ability to believe that you deserve the place that you are at and the table that you are sitting at or the room that you're in. And that's a challenge that's really shared by women from the bottom of an organization all the way to the top. There's been interviews with female ministers, female unicorn entrepreneurs that are still wondering, do I really deserve to be here? Wouldn't someone else be better at this than me? And I really I think a key message to remember when, as an entrepreneur, you get so many rejections as well and so many no's, is that you have as much power as you believe that you have. And the less power you think you have, the less power you actually have. So you're really the master of your own power and your own destiny in making things happen. It's important to remember, there was an article published by Forbes a few years ago now, which mentioned that when investors invest in women entrepreneurs, digital women entrepreneurs in Europe, their returns are actually 63% higher than when they invest in male entrepreneurs. And that's in part because it's just so hard to create a women-owned startups in Europe that when we get to that funding stage, we usually have built better firms, we have a more competent team, we have a better project. So I think we really just owe it to ourselves to remember what we set on in the first place in terms of our vision of the world we want to shape. And we also owe it to all of the girls that are watching us today and thinking of us as trailblazers, opening up a path for them to also climb through and build the world that they'll be living for tomorrow.
Thank you, Fanny. Maly, could you please share us your challenges you're facing now, presently?
Yeah, I will share it as a society, as an ecosystem, as a Berliner, as a German, as European, all together. I think big time diversity, diversity, diversity. We know that diverse teams are outperforming. We know that we do not have enough women in leadership, from politics to universities as well. We all know that the VC world and family offices are definitely a lack of women. Yesterday, we had a big panel in ESMT University in Berlin, and we said, like, we need more crazy women that aim to dream big enough to change things, because that's the only way that Europe can lead with. And another topic that is important one, and we see it when investment and grants are going, Europe can lead in one thing. This is one, the society, the human capital, and the focus on sustainability. And all these topics together, which is very close to everything I'm doing, when we put it in the forefront, and this is the challenge right now, we can lead in a global level. And I think it's a joint effort. It's not one person to do it.
Yes, very true. Thank you, Mahy. And Nora, your challenge.
Again, I can only echo what the lady said before me. Super inspiring to hear your point of view on that. What strikes me is the insane complexity. I grew up 40 years ago in a small village in the Black Forest area in Germany. I now live in, one of the largest cities in the world here in London. And if I reflect back on how life was, how green everything, how clean everything was when I was young, when I was growing up, how small my little world was. And now we live in a world that is hyper digital, but perhaps too digital at times. So we are losing connection. I think we need to step back a little bit and really look at society as a whole from a sustainability perspective as well. How is our social well-being? How are we connecting with people right now? Perhaps have we over-engineered things? Can we take it a notch down and look at how can we create connectivity 2.0 in a way? How can we remove a little bit of the complexity by thinking back, why are we doing certain things? And just reimagining. We often as a society, and I think that is, that is my challenge. When do you stop jumping on a bandwagon of connectivity? And there are always new technology coming up. There are always new social networking apps coming up. When do you realize that the next social networking app perhaps does not bring you closer to the goal that you had, but actually takes it away? And I think that is something I'm really deeply fascinated by. The biggest challenge to maintain the journey and just looking and remembering, what is my why? What am I doing? And questioning again, if things have become overly complex, is there a way to simplify matters, to boil it down to the essence again?
Thanks, Nora. When listening to all three speakers, we hear, about the successes they've had, the failures, the challenges they're undergoing now. What's interesting is as I've been listening and hearing this, it reminds me, when we've been talking a lot about vision. We've been talking about how to get to the finishing line, the hurdles that we reach, the milestones that we have to take. And it was reminding me that, hey, this sounds like, a startup is like running a marathon. Running a startup is like running a marathon. Why I say this is because recently my father had passed away, and I felt that I had a funny way to grieve. It was like I saw through Facebook that, there's this marathon of Paris. I was like, I'm going to run a marathon for my father, but I hate running. And I'm a high-level fencer, competitive fencer and horse rider, but I'm not a runner. But I would just do like 5 kilometers of running just for the legwork as a fencer. And but I felt that this was something that I needed to do. And so I told my fencing coach, I'm going to run a marathon for as a homage to my father. And he was saying, okay, you're going to run a marathon, a full marathon? I said, yeah, the 42 kilometer. And he's like, okay, you've never run more than 5 kilometers. He's like, you're going to kill yourself on the way. You have to train, you have to prepare. And I said, even if I end up crawling, it's just about getting to the finishing line. So he started sending me all these links to show how much preparation is needed, how much training and strategy involved, and even, what you prepare eating beforehand and all. So as I was reading, I was like, oh, wow, I guess there's a lot more involved in preparing for a marathon. And so I started reading up, a little bit more, feeling like, well, I already got the bib and everything. I can't go back on what I planned on doing. And so so I told my fencing coach, I said, look, I'm already engaged to do it. And he was like, you will never do a 42-kilometer marathon. And when he told me that, I was like, oh no, I am going to do a marathon, because when someone tells me I'm not, that I won't be able to do it, that makes me even have a bigger drive. So I said, no, there is the possible and the impossible. That's why it's written, I am possible. So I said it, I'm going to, but what he did and helped was that by saying that and actually sending me those links, I realized that, okay, there's a lot more to think about, because when I looked at the map, I was like, wow, this is a pretty long marathon. It's going from, in Paris, it's going from, the Arc de Triomphe, all the way through the Bois de Vincennes, the forest, going back up to Paris and going through that thing. But what was interesting was that because, again, I'm thinking about the finishing line, so I thought, okay, I had to get to the finishing line, and so then it was, okay, how am I going to get there? So I go all the way to the start. So I was like, okay, I'm going to pace it and go slow. I'm going to think of milestones where it's like 8 times 5 kilometers. So it was like 5 kilometers, 5 kilometers, 5 kilometers for me. So for me, I was able to get past those 5 kilometers. And luckily, there were these banners that said 5, 10, 15. So I was able to get through those next stages. And at the same time, when we're talking, training, but then when we're talking mentoring, was that I had a colleague of mine where she does a lot of marathons, and I was saying, this is my first, but I just need someone to accompany me. And she's done a lot of marathons, but she actually didn't want to do this one because she was it wasn't really prepared. And she had pain points, where she didn't want to remember those pain points at the moment. So she didn't really feel it was the right timing for her. But I said, look, maybe by doing it with me, it's not about the speed, it's about just getting to the finishing line. So by you accompanying me, maybe you won't have those pain points because you're not going to be doing speed and pushing your body, more than you can. And so she thought, well, yeah, why not, So she was helping me with the pace, doing and deciding that, okay, we're going to do 7 minutes per kilometer, so that we can, as we get through, we're not going to go too fast or slow. And she also had mentioned to me that where she ended up having, how would you say, bad memories of certain marathons was because she just, like in the beginning, just went right through speedy, with all this energy. And then by the time she got 10 kilometers, she started kind of running out of all that energy. So she, this was the first time that she was starting off slow with me as we were going. And being in the city with me, I'm a people person, so it's like the Notre Dame, and then the monuments, the Notre Dame, you have the people cheering, the bands, the music bands. I was a professional classical ballet dancer in my former career, so even when I would get tired, you'd see the bands and the music, and so all of a sudden I'm dancing to the music and moving along where I thought I wasn't going to make it to the next. But that was the easy part. But I knew there were going to be 2 pain points before doing this marathon, and it was the 2 forests on each side, because it's just trees and trees and trees, and you feel like there's just no end. At least I know when I'm getting from one monument to the next, I know where I'm going and that I'm moving forward. So it's just trees and trees. So it was like, I knew beforehand, okay, these trees, what am I going to do to endure that? And that was where I decided that during the trees, it's very quiet because not as many people. So I was like, okay, I just need to meditate my father's life on to go kind of through my grieving. We got back up to Paris where, we had the milestone, and then, and the monuments, and then we hit towards the end. But I knew that my son was doing a horse riding competition, and he was going to kind of meet me, near the end. And I knew that there was a Louis Vuitton foundation that was not too far, so I was just thinking, like, okay, those are my next milestones. And then that was very special for me as a sign was because my father, being a cardiovascular thoracic surgeon, he invented the concept of the pacemaker, did the cell saver for the that regenerates the blood during our own blood during the surgeries. And he was actually an electrical engineer before. And when we say finish the line also was that my father always, thought about like, okay, here is my invention, here's the device, and this is what's gonna save people. This is gonna prolong 20 more years. So, okay, now, let's start from the beginning. Okay, we need this team, we need these type of experts, and X, Y, and Z in order to make it happen, to be able to have this device. So, just 500 meters before I got to the finishing line, there was this huge teddy bear that was for the Heart Association for Children, where my father had invented the first innovative surgery technique for newborns and premature babies. And this was like right in the center. It was like, oh, okay, my father's saying that you're almost there, you got 500 meters, you're gonna get to the finishing line. And why I'm bringing this up about the marathon and about the finishing line and how you actually have to start from the end and come to the beginning with that vision, as all three speakers were mentioning, is that when running a startup, okay, is like running a marathon. The effort is endless. Start with a great idea, you build a team, you find some initial funding, you create the MVP release, then you get more investment, break even, scale up, and you grow soon. But it never actually ends. So it is the ultimate endurance test. Optimal pace is most important. A startup team's pace is essential because it is the true indicator of the long-term performance. Go too fast, and the project will be over. Will be all over the place. But go too slow, and it will be too late. And the first step is understanding the team, its strengths and weaknesses, in its highs and lows. And then teams can be trained through habits, repetition, challenges, culture, and of course, close communication. And in between, you need to be agile. And it's all about short sprints. But long-term success is more about enduring. So there you have it. Moving a step forward is understanding where you are and understanding the right way to become better. And that's just like preparing a marathon. So you don't get what you want, you get what you believe. And so that's what I want to leave you with, because Fanny and Mahy and Nora, I'm not, I'm very someone like what I've realized, in my entrepreneurship and business angel activities and all is that sport has taught me a lot, making me a better entrepreneur. So it's all about balance. And I just we have like 3 minutes left, where I wanted to see with Fanny and Mahy and Nora, do they have a particular hobby or passion or sport that you feel that has transferred in your professional and personal? Because I personally believe that when I started horse riding and fencing taught me patience and strategy, because I used to precipitate. I want it now. And I realized, I have, sometimes I want it now, and I end up getting a touch because I wasn't being patient enough. And then the horse riding, I have good intuitions. And I ended up being a better investor because I knew that when the horse, the bar would go up, or I was kind of thinking like, wait, that's kind of high. I don't know, with this type of horse, am I ready to do that? But the thing was I had to know that if I'm going to make a decision, I'm going to go for it. I have the right horse, then I can't, I have to go for it. I can't decide along the way that, wait, I'm not feeling it, because that horse is going to refuse, and I'm going to be on the ground. So a lot of these, of the sports was transferring in my personal professional, so I'm curious with you three.
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely, what you do as a hobby really relates to your personality and says a lot about who you are, right, as a person. Of course, it transfers professionally. For me, I'm one of those people who started to do more sports during COVID. It's either that or you stop doing sports. I started doing CrossFit, and it really has transferred into my professional career as well, because for those who are familiar in CrossFit, you're basically doing 50 push-ups and then 30 jumping jacks and all kinds of really awful exercises that put you out of breath right away. And at first, it seemed like mission impossible for me. It's, setting myself a very, very high challenge. But then exactly, as you were mentioning, Audra, the best way to eat an elephant is one bite at a time, right? So bit by bit, you do one push-up or one half push-up at first, and then you do one jumping jack. And bit by bit, you will increase the rhythm and you increase the number, and you see that you actually can make it, and you can get to see your body actually also changing because of the exercises that you're doing. You're seeing the impact in a very, very concrete level. So I think, yeah, definitely setting this impossible goal and then short bursts of activities with periods of more rest and reflection in between, I think is very related to how I handle also myself professionally.
Thank you. Maly?
Unfortunately, I'm not a sporty person. My sport are my kids, my family, my business. But you mentioned something beautiful, Audrey. You mentioned make sure you have the right horse. And I know I have the right horse, even horses. And my biggest tip out of today is pick up the right people around you, because it's all about the human capital and the people you run with. This will make your journey fun, hard, fast, easy, enjoyable. And because we are actually celebrating the women leadership program, I would like to say everyone needs a mentor. Just look at yourself where you want to be in 5 to 7 years and reach out to a person that is already there and ask him to be your mentor. Everyone needs a mentor, and it just works perfectly if you have the right mentor in your life.
Yes, very, very true. And Nora, to conclude with us, a sport,
Yeah, Audra,
hobby,
I love
passion.
the analogy actually. Thank you. I love the analogy you said. And I think about life as a journey, not just one startup. After one startup, there'll be another one. But your life journey or anyone's life journey is a little bit like a marathon. It's just the route we don't know. When we run a marathon, usually, not always, but usually the route is known. And so that is the interesting thing. And you mentioned the agility, you mentioned intuition, pacing oneself, and knowing the big why, knowing the end game, where we want to be. Maly mentioned it as well, really knowing what you want. The way there will change potentially. So for me, what I do to keep healthy and fit is yoga. I do yoga quite regularly. And after my failure that I mentioned earlier on, I decided to actually train as a yoga teacher. And it became really my healing energy to teach other people and to help people that have never done yoga to get comfortable in doing it. And so for me, why I like yoga so much, it's a fiercely non-competitive environment. If you do yoga for yourself, it's just you. And you really lean into poses. One day it's good, one day it's not good, and it's okay. And for me, that was really important when everything is quite competitive, to in my spare time, make an effort to not do something that's competitive.
Thank you very much, Nora. Well, we're going to have to conclude, but I hope that having listened to Maly and Nora and Fanny and about the different successes and failures and the challenges ahead, and for you with the obstacles that you may have ahead, or depending on what milestone you're on, whether you're at the start, in the middle, or you're almost getting to the finishing line, is that, is to always remember, as I always say, there is nothing impossible. That's why it's written, I am possible. And you just have to motivate yourself to act and have confidence in yourself. So enjoy the rest of the day, and have a great afternoon.
Thank you so much. I think we're done. Bye-bye. Bye.
So, welcome everyone, either here at AutoWorld or on the internet. Watch this space. Innovation from Lab to Launchpad session is about to start. I'm the moderator for this session, and we are here to discuss how the added value of the EIC Pathfinder program in nurturing scientific research and generating breakthrough technologies is working in the field of space technology. In particular, with the EIC Open Scheme, we have attracted and funded quite a few projects that are either directly or indirectly working with space-related research or have applications that have a potential use case for space in various forms. We have today here 2 such projects that are directly working with space, but we have identified that there are many, many more. And we have also often seen that projects that originally didn't think about space as an application area have found it an interesting possibility for them. But since the innovation process when it comes to space applications is somewhat different, we thought it would be interesting to have a little bit of a chat how the EIC is working and how it's linking together with the other space programs. I will first start presenting with the panel. And I would like to start by presenting from my right, Dr. Gonzalo Sanchez Arriaga. He's aerospace engineer, astrophysicist. After his PhD, he has worked at CEA in France and Universidad Politécnica de Madrid. Currently, he is associated professor at the University of Carlos III in Madrid, and he is the director of the Bachelor in Aerospace Engineering. He has authored more than 55 peer-reviewed papers, 2 patents, 5 registered software, 1 commercialized, and obviously he has been involved in numerous national and EU projects. And today here he is representing the ETPAC project as the coordinator. Together with him, also from ETPAC project, we have Mercedes Ruiz-Haro. She's the head of systems navigation control area in Sener Aerospatial, where she is in charge of some 60 experts. She has 3 master's degrees, 1 in business innovation, master in science in engineering, industrial engineering, and 1 in satellites and space technologies. She has coordinated several research projects for ESA and in European framework programs. And she will bring us a private industrial view to this panel. Then for the second project, MEESST, we have online Dr. Andrea Lani. He is currently the research expert at the Center for Mathematical Plasma Astrophysics at Catholic University Leuven in Belgium. He's also a director of the Leuven Computational Modeling Center. He has PhD from ULB. He has worked for Von Karman Institute, for NSAA, and for the NATO Science and Technology Organization. He has worked in numerous international research projects with ESA, with US Air Force Research Laboratory, with NATO, and of course with EU programs as well. And he is here today, the coordinator of the MEESST project. Together with him from the same project, we have an entrepreneur, Manuel La Rosa Betancourt. He is the CEO of Neutron Star Systems. He has master's degrees in material science and engineering and business innovation. He has over 20 years of experience in technology, business, and marketing, and has worked in several multinational companies such as Lanxess and Honeywell. He has also done some consulting in innovation management, and he has started his current company in 2019. And he's an active partner in this project and will bring us an entrepreneurial point of view to the panel. And then finally, I have next to myself, Mahy Dinserso. She's a policy officer at the European Commission in DG DEFIS since 2017. She's in charge of the research and innovation activities for space in Horizon Europe, and in particular for aspects relating to innovative technologies and access to space. She's a graduate from the Diplomatic Academy in London. Before going any further with the panel, I would like to remind the audience that we have the Slido open. The password is EIC, and for those who are online, it should be next to your video screen. It should not be too difficult to find. For the audience here at AutoWorld, we will have a microphone at the end of the panel so that you can ask questions online. With this, I would like to now give the floor to Mahy. She will give us an introduction on the space activities and innovation activities as they are in DEFIS. Mahy, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for inviting me at this panel. If I can have my presentation on, so I will start it. Okay. So I will start also by the time that presentation is uploading. My name is Maria Vittoria Dinzeo. I work in the Directorate General in charge of Defense, Industry and Space, in particular in the unit dealing, as Timo mentioned, with the research and innovation activities and entrepreneurship. Right, so if I can have the presentation on, this is the next project. I'm here obviously to give an overview on the research and innovation activities for space stemming from a policy perspective. And of course, when we have designed and when we design the Horizon Europe work program activities, we always keep in mind what are our policy priority needs. And they stem first and foremost from the space program, Union Space Program, that is composed of, well, I'm talking because I don't want to lose time, but although the presentation is not on. So as I was saying, the space, newly adopted space program regroups some space program components of systems that were already existing, like Galileo and EGNOS for the navigation and positioning, and the Copernicus system for Earth observation. And then there are new systems that will be developed, and these are the space situational awareness for the security of space assets. And, okay, no presentation, so I will just keep on going. And then the GovSatcom initiative, which is the satellite communication for governmental actors. Then as part of the space program, we also have three, let's say, cross-cutting activities that serve the whole of the of space program components, and these are access to space for the deployment of the system, the security of the overall program, and the space business entrepreneurship and support to the ecosystem. So it is obviously with that in mind that we have also designed our research and innovation activities in the related space intervention area under Cluster 4 of Horizon Europe. So it's on the one hand to serve the research and innovation needs of the space program components, but on the other hand is also to support the competitiveness of the overall space industry, European space industry. And the way in which we have designed the work program, we did it also following an extensive consultation with relevant stakeholders from the space community, from industry to agencies, member states, and so on. And that resulted in a strategic research and innovation agenda that we use as a guideline to write our work programs. We use it for the current work program 21-22, and we will continue to do so. Now, as part of the activities, okay, now the presentation is on, so I will quickly jump onto the next slide. Okay. Okay, great. So here you have an overview of how we have organized the space intervention area. As I said, EU space program components, R&I needs, and on the other hand, competitiveness of the sectors. And of course, there are some cross-cutting activities that serve both the competitiveness and the space program. And just my last slide, I just wanted to point out to the Cassini Entrepreneurship Initiative, because with this, this is an umbrella initiative to help businesses operating in space, notably space technologies, from the very beginning with hackathons and mentoring, up through investment through the 1 billion space growth and funding facility, up to technology validation with the in-orbit demonstration and validation technology. Okay, I tried to sum it up, but of course I remain available for more clarification.
Thank you, Mahy, for this opening, and we will come back to these programs and at the end when we start the discussion. I would like now to move on and have a presentation of our 2 projects in a short summary, what kind of achievements we have had. And we will start with Andrea and Manuel on the MEESST project, or how do you usually call it, actually?
MEES.
The MEES. Okay, please.
Well, at first, thank you very much. Of course, to remove this side. So we would like to show you at first a video showing the problem that we're trying to solve in the project. And after that, my colleague Andrea will give you some insights on the project.
MEEST, the Magneto-Hydrodynamic Enhanced Entry System for Space Transportation. Atmospheric re-entry is one of the most challenging phases for any space mission, and we are working on making it safer and more cost-effective. Space is humanity's next frontier, holding the promise of great scientific progress and immense commercial gain. The first step on that journey is to solidify our presence in Earth's orbit, which is where most spacecraft are currently operating. To stay in orbit, these spacecraft need to travel at hypersonic speeds of at least 8 kilometers per second, which is over 10 times faster than a speeding bullet and over 20 times the speed of sound. Spacecraft arriving from beyond Earth are traveling even faster. Re-entering the atmosphere generates enormous amounts of energy in the form of heat. This is because the air molecules around the spacecraft's leading edge are compressed in what's known as a compression shock and split apart, releasing free electrons in the process. This creates a meltingly hot, electrically charged gas known as a plasma, which envelops the spacecraft throughout the early stages of its descent for several minutes, which causes 2 major problems. First, with temperatures that can exceed 2,000 degrees Celsius, the plasma places considerable stress on the material of the spacecraft. Currently, the heat is mitigated through the use of physical thermal protection systems, which are expensive and add considerable weight to the spacecraft, thus reducing the payload capacity and increasing mission costs. They also create a serious risk of catastrophic failure if a protective layer is damaged. Second, radio waves ricochet off the plasma, which leads to a radio frequency blackout. This makes communication between the craft and ground control impossible. The spacecraft cannot transmit vital data to mission control, who themselves have no means to intervene in case of an emergency, either via radio instructions or remote control. If we want to make space missions both safer and more economically feasible, we need a system that solves these 2 problems in a way that is cheaper, lighter, and safer. And MEEST promises to do just that.
Thank you. So, Andrea,
yeah, I will take over from you. So the consortium in this very challenging project is composed by 10 partners from 6 different countries, as you can see in this slide. Our advisory board is composed of Louis Walpott from ESA, Dennis Pecken from Onera, Doyle Knight from Rutgers University, and then Pete Klupar, ex-NASA from Breakthrough Prize. As you have seen in the video, entry is critical for space mission, and in particular, high surface thermal loads and radio communication blackouts are the problems that we want to address in our project. And how do we do that? Well, we try to focus on a game changer technology. Namely, we want to develop a magnetic shielding capability, not only to mitigate heat fluxes and radio communication blackout, but also to protect against radiation, which is one of the ongoing issues, for instance, for just getting a crew to Mars. So basically, within the project, we plan to design a new generation high-temperature superconducting magnets, for instance, that are already used, for instance, in other projects dealing with thrusters. But in this case, they will be used, first of all, to control the shock stand of distance in front of the capsule, as you can see in this experiment. So by doing that, you can also reduce the thermal load on the vehicle itself. And then also, you can also exploit the same technology to create some sort of magnetic windowing that breaks through the plasma layer surrounding the spacecraft and allow radio signals to propagate. And let's say our project focus on 3 aspects: the manufacturing of this new generation magnet, then experiments and simulations, as you can see also in the slide, to let's say, design and test this technology. So far, we have upgraded some of the plasma models and codes in the consortium, in particular to simulate the presence of a magnet on a capsule in argon experiments and flight conditions. Here you can see, for instance, what is the effect of a magnet acting on the cylindrical surface with a magnetic field strength varying from 0.13 Tesla to 0.36. You definitely see that there is an effect in increasing the stand of distance of the shock. Then we also develop an open source tool to predict radio communication blackout, in particular to track the radio signals. And basically, as you can see in this picture, where we are actually visualizing the refractive index in the plasma, you can see how where in the regions, let's say in the black regions, the signal is not able to propagate through this plasma layer. And then we have also started designing the actual experiment to demonstrate the magnetic windowing capability. And this will be tested in the VKI plasmatron. The experiment itself has been designed with computational fluid dynamics, but also using this Borat code that predicts the radio blackout. And for the moment, we already have purchased the antenna, designed the setup, and also did some simulations. And in the meantime, we have also performed some first heat flux experiments in air without a magnet in the IRS PWK1 facility, which is an ArcJet facility. And then also we started designing the HTS magnet for heat flux and blackout experiments. And now I can pass the word to Manuel for the rest.
Thank you, Andrea. Well, our main part in the project, if this works, so if you can, yeah, thank you very much. Some of the main achievements so far is that we have used the proliferation of online platforms for different scientific conferences to present this project all over the world. So we have been able to raise an interesting traction in the United States, and especially in the area of propulsion and reentry. I'm gonna go a bit faster. The result of this dissemination work has been that we have identified this technology as a technology where Europe is at the moment leading. And However, this competitive edge or this leading edge can get lost due to the fact that the funding for this type of technologies in the United States have been increased on 3 digits. So we're talking about several $100 million expend on the building of facilities for hypersonic testing, etc. So in that sense, we have come up with an idea of how to shorten the path to market. And this is the 2 technology roadmaps that you see here, where we expect to shorten the market entry of the product by combining the in-orbit demonstration of our propulsion system or a subsystem of our propulsion system with the subsystem of the re-entry system. I know that we're a bit pressed of time, so I'm just going to move forward. All in total, the project program should be around 30 million euros. And I hope that this is something that we can discuss further with the Commission and the Council. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this project presentation. I took a note that your current project funding is about 3 million or something like this, and now we are talking about the next cases, which are in 30 million. So that's the point which I will park for the discussion in a minute or so. But let's move now to the next project presentation. Gonzalo and Mercedes, please.
Okay, thank you, Timo. So it's a pleasure for Mercedes and I to present the ETIPAC project. And I don't know if this is working. Yes, perfect. And to represent here today to the ETIPAC consortium, that as you can see, it is made of 3 universities, a large company, Sener Aeroespacial, a small medium enterprise in Spain, ATD, and a research institute. The problem we want to solve in ETIPAC is the one you can see in this slide that condenses the situation. It turns out that the current state of the space debris population is unstable. So even if we stop launching satellite tomorrow, the number of objects in space is going to increase because an uncontrolled cascade of collision has already started. And we arrived to this situation because the orbiting with conventional technology is very expensive. If we use chemical propulsion to deorbit, so to decrease the altitude of the satellite to force the re-entry and the elimination of the satellite, this is a high cost. And since it is very expensive, regulators, they find difficulties to develop a tough legal framework. And companies, as you can see in the next, companies, since they are not forced to deorbit, they don't deorbit systematically. There are exceptions, there are companies that are clean, but most of them, they don't deorbit because they are not forced to do this. So ETIPAC want to contribute to the sustainable use of the outer space by introducing a new technology that is called space tether that can deorbit space debris without using any propellant. So it's very light because it does not involve any propellant mass. If we implement this new technology for deorbiting, it means that regulators, they will be able to develop a tough legal framework without killing the competitiveness of the own industry, and we're going to open a market. And by opening this market, we can reach a situation that is stable and we can access to the space in a sustainable manner. In the next slide, you can see a video, a very short one, where you can see our technology. So as you can see, our deorbit device is on board the spacecraft. We deploy a very long conductor that is called the space tether. And thanks to the passive interaction with the magnetic field and the ambient plasma, we produce a force that decreases the altitude of the satellite until the re-entry is produced and the satellite is eliminated. So probably you are wondering how is it possible such a miracle, how we can produce a force without using propellant. And for that I have a pipe of copper and a magnet. So you can see that if I put the magnet close to the copper, there is no interaction, okay? But if I let the magnet fall inside the pipe of copper, we will observe the Lorentz drag. So we can produce this force without using propellant, and this is exactly the physics underlying the electrodynamic tether. So in the ETPAC project, we have designed, manufactured, and start tested in the lab the deorbit device, and we have developed all the elements that you can see in that picture that are part of this new technology, and we have also develop software and make market analysis to see what is the impact of this technology into the market, or the impact that we can produce. And the roadmap, very briefly, is in the next slide. So ETPAC started in 2019, and we're going to reach a TRL equal to 4 by the end of 2022. We have submitted a proposal to the EIC for a EIC transition project. We will attend the interview with the European Commission next week. And in case this project will be funded, we're going to increase the TRL up to 8. So we're going to manufacture a flight model that will be tested in an in-orbit demonstration. And two partners of our consortium, RFA and Sener Aerospace, they have signed a launch agreement for that. And of course, if it is successful, we're going to open a pre-commercial phase for the deorbit device. To conclude, I would like to say that the FET Open project also acted as a magnet to attract more funds, and we have also received funds from the Madrid Regional Council, another project from the European Commission, and we also we received another project from the European Space Agency to push tether technology forward. So thank you for your attention, and I hope we will find time later on to discuss on this technology. Thank you.
Thank you for both projects for presenting them. Now let's then move on with the agenda of this session by opening the discussion. And to kickstart, I would like to have a round question to each of the project participants. If you could quickly, in 1 or 2 words, summarize what is it that your organization is getting out of the EU-funded project. And maybe we can start with Meest, Manuel and Andrea. If you can tell in few words. Andrea?
Yes. Well, for us, this project opens really a new, let's say, a new channel for research. We've always been busy with the re-entry technologies, but yeah, especially looking at the radio communication blackout, and then also the actual manufacturing of some technology that can be fly on board is definitely a step forward. And yeah, I see a lot of potential for that.
I mean, from our side, for Neutron System, this project represents the demonstration of the demonstration of the technology readiness, especially superconductors, for the upscaling in space operations. This is something that we already presented in 2018 and 2019 with the Supreme project, which did not get funded. And now we see that there is a tremendous move towards superconductor-based spacecraft technologies, and this project offers for us as a startup in Europe a little opportunity to be part of that market. So we're really glad to be here.
Thank you. And then let's move to ETPAC. So Gonzalo and Mercedes, please.
Okay, we'll start from our point of view as a company. This funding and this project has given us the opportunity to work closely with universities and research centers. We are engineers. We want to bring science and research outputs to the form of products that can have an impact on society and in different levels, in this case in space sustainability. And these kind of programs are a perfect scheme to work together with this scientific and research component and start working on developing the product that will be finally launched and commercialized, we hope.
And Gonzalo?
Well, the space sector is very tough because customers, they don't believe you until you have shown to them you can do what you are promising. So this FED project gives to us a push. It gave to us stability and funding to increase the TRL. And from this perspective, it has been crucial to give a first push and put on the top of the table a prototype. And this has changed totally the picture and the perception of this technology.
Very good. Thank you for this round. I would, by the way, for the audience, I'm seeing that there are first questions coming in the Slido. Please come. I will, in a minute, take one or two from there. But before going there, I would like to give chance to Mahy. You've seen now 2 project presentations. How would you see them as potential new technologies? Does it fit into the policy you were describing? And maybe you could explain a little bit what possibilities the programs that you are running could offer to these type of projects.
Sure. Timo, thanks for the question. It's very pertinent. And I'm very glad to see that, first of all, both presentations presented a timeline. And of course, both projects are going to need in-orbit validation and testing. And maybe I did not have the time to delve into the in-orbit demonstration and validation initiative, which is it's an initiative that we started in 2018 and that we will continue also under Horizon Europe, precisely to give an opportunity to promising technology to test their technology in space and to validate it. What we do is that this is I think it's a very good, if you want, crossover from the instruments of the EIC to, to our space intervention area to support the project throughout the life cycles with a view to speed up and the time it takes to access the market. So please, I do encourage you also to have a look at the opportunities from the space intervention area for precisely if you're going to apply also for the transition and the pathfinder, and the accelerator. Obviously, you're going to need in-orbit testing service, and this is what, this commission can continue to support you with.
Let's continue on that, and I would actually ask, in particular, the company participants here to comment, and this is actually a question coming from the Slido, for both. What type of investment, and I don't know in Sener's case if you are looking for external investment or not, but for a startup company for sure, I would imagine, what type and value of investment would you need to take this technology further? And to what extent you know about our programs or the DEFIS programs, do they match actually to what you would need? And maybe you can start, Manuel, from your company perspective. Now it's your time to place the order. What's the search you would like to have?
No, thank you very much. We're at the middle of our seed round at the moment, and we are looking for 5 million euros to get our in-orbit demonstration in 2023. This is a very simple demonstration experiment, but tremendously important because it will help us to secure the technology, not only for the propulsion system, which is what is our core product, we have a TRL higher, but also for the re-entry system, which we expect also to commercialize, accelerating the entry to market by combining both experiments. This seed round we're expecting to close by March 2022, and it will be really great if we could have also here the opportunity to meet some investors.
Very good.
Thank you.
And let's hear then from Mercedes' point of view, maybe the investment issue, I don't know if it's so crucial, but do you have access to the programs as you would like?
Okay, of course, we make use of this kind of support from different entities, but we also put our own investment in the products we believe in. And key success factors to ensure that we have the amount of resources necessary to push forward these kind of technologies are two. One is to get involved the potential clients in the development of the product so that we have a clear view what the market will look like when we finish it. Another very important issue here is that final clients can also give you the perspective from the side of technical interfaces even, that maybe you are not accounting for when you are developing the product, so that you ensure that you are going to have something that is fine. And another key factor is to have the opportunity to test it, not only on ground, of course. We have qualified hundreds of products that are nowadays flying in space, but having that first chance for a product like this to have an in-orbit demonstration is very, very important as maybe the investment you need, because it opens many possible paths in the future.
Thank you. Let's continue the same logic now with the researchers in our team, Gonzalo and Andrea. If you could, from your point of view, explore a little bit the future steps of getting this technology close to space, for real. How do you see it from your perspective? How long are you planning to continue with this project, or do you have plans to let it go with uptake by your industrial partners? How do you see it from your point of view, the future? Maybe we can start with you, Gonzalo, first, and then Andrea.
Well, for our case, we want to do this IoT in 2025. And one of the things we're going to do in the next project is exactly this, to look into the future. How do we want to organize ourselves? Do we want to create a new startup to sell the product? Because the deorbit device involves different products that can be sold by themselves, so they are isolated products also. So we diversify the activities of the project. Do we want to make other type of organization for us, like a joint venture? Or do we want to sell this through other companies, so to transfer the technology? We're going to study that in the next project, and this is part of the work. But from the academia, we need to look into the future, and the orbiting is not the only application of space tethers. They can also be used to get propulsion without propellant. They can also be used to in-orbit service in the scenarios, and they can also be used to explore outer planets like Jupiter. And this is where the academia we need to look into. We need to give the push, and on the other hand, we also need the pull from policymakers to open the new market.
But this is an interesting point which you often see in Pathfinder projects, that actually one project leads to possible several avenues, and you really have to choose where to go. Andrea, how do you see it for yourself?
Yes. So, well, first of all, for the kind of project that you are dealing with, basically, at least in my understanding, for the moment, would be very difficult for just a company to be able to fly this technology and everything needed, because you need facilities to test the technology. You need a lot of simulations, and especially now we are just trying to simulate a prototype with very limited conditions, let's say. But in order to simulate a real flight scenario, that you can only do basically with numerical simulations. Not even experiments are enough anymore. And this knowledge at the moment is in institutes. You know, you have to constantly refine your models, and in academia, I mean. So from the point of view of the modeling and also experimental setups and stuff, there is a lot of work still for this project to be able to fly it in academia and research institutions. And then there, a problem is, how do you keep on board researchers that have been paid maybe for 3-4 years during their PhD or postdocs? And that's a structural problem, I think, that in some countries, like you have in academia, for instance, I look at my own university, it's difficult to have a permanent position in a research environment unless you become a professor or something. But here you really need some senior research position within the university that guarantees you that you can work continuously on something for like maybe 7, 8 or more years. And so this can be an issue. So every time you have to apply for new funding to try to prolong a bit the contract, and still, you can have some other restrictions. And this is how I see it. But another thing is that I'm really excited about this project, because the more I work in it, the more I see opportunity in all directions. For instance, at the very beginning, we were just thinking about mitigating heat fluxes and blackout. But then one of the advisory board members, he said, well, but this technology can actually solve the problem for radiation, for shielding the astronauts from radiation. Yeah, indeed. And it's even more a game changer, So combine this with what Elon Musk is doing now to go to Mars, and Yeah.
So you have several avenues there as well. I would like to check now if somebody from the audience here in AutoWorld would like to come in. We have a microphone in the room, so if you would like to raise a question, I don't see anybody coming in there. Then in that case, Mahy, you want to come in here, and I don't know what you plan to say, but I have a question for you as well. Do you have answers to these to these questions there? Yeah.
Hello. Yes, Timo, what's the question? I just wanted to jump in to answer your previous question when you asked the financing, the tools and the instruments. Also, maybe I did not stress enough the fact that we are also planning to continue the space equity pilot that we started in Horizon 2020 with the aim of creating a 1 billion fund to invest in, again, in space companies.
So would that be the answer for the 30 million that we were asked here for earlier?
That's obviously, it's a channel through the InvestEU program. So the European Investment Fund is the implementing partner, and it will work through venture capitals. Voila.
I see that there is somebody eager to sign up for this funding. Let's give him the microphone so that he can apply for it.
I think it's good. I see the billions going around everywhere. That's really nice. I hope that this fund is coming also with the portion, the due portion of risk that is needed to push these technologies into the market, because in general, the VC landscape in Europe is extremely risk averse. On top of that, especially for this type of technology, there is little knowledge and expertise on what is really done and what is the impact for Europe's security and defense. And here is also my last comment also to all of the members of the Council and the Commission and the Parliament that are listening to this. Superconductors have a tremendous enabling impact on many applications. That goes from power, wind power, etc., manufacturing, electric propulsion. And I think that it's important that the Commission look how to secure the competitive edge that we have achieved in the past years. And this is something that I see tremendously compromised. And me as a startup working in superconductors, I really would like to maintain part of that competitive edge. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this, and we will certainly need to look into the comments you made. I will just pick the risk element there, and I think this is probably going to be the good conclusion for this session, which is that there has a lot been said about the venture capital market in the Europe, and we have, of course, a lot of experience in funding technology projects. And indeed, this famous Death Valley exists. And this is exactly where the EIC wants to be a game changer. So that projects that we're hearing today and several hundreds of others that we are funding would indeed, at the end of their project, when we see that they are not mature enough to get the VC funding because of the technology risks are still there, that the EIC accelerator and maybe the DFIS program as well are able to, not to replace the private funding, but are able to be there, as Commissioner Verstager was saying yesterday, be the first one who puts the coin on the table and start to de-risking the project so that the intervention from the private companies becomes easier because they see that the risk is diminished. And I would say also, we are probably, in many cases, in a better position to actually assess the level of the technology. Since we have worked together with you, we have scrutinized not only in the proposal submission phase, but throughout the monitoring meetings of the projects. So we should have a better understanding of the quality of the technology that is being funded there. Mahy, you want to come in with an additional comment, please?
Indeed, I will jump in on the risk factor, which is absolutely true, Manuel. And in fact, it is with that in mind that we design, in the frame of Horizon 2020, a dedicated instrument, the Innofin Space Equity Pilot, precisely to de-risk and to encourage the creation of a space-dedicated VC fund. And we managed to actually have 3 successful funds that were also announced at the last space conference, with the funds that were also created with the support of national space agency. So with the space agency of, the first fund was Primo Space with the Italian space agency, then Venture Orbiter, I think, with the Luxembourgish space agency, and then a German fund. So these are already opportunities where you can, look to to look for funding. But this is the aim: is precisely to encourage private investments into space companies, knowing that they're very risky business. The Commission is there to decrease these risky factors vis-à-vis the private investors that sometimes lack the knowledge to ascertain the riskiness of a project. So
Thank you for this, Mahy. I think our time is up. I would like to thank the panelists. I would thank the audience here at Autoworld and everybody who were watching us on the internet. Thank you.
Welcome. Today we're going to talk about new trends on corporate startup collaboration for scaling. We're going to talk about it in the post-COVID, but I don't feel like we're done with COVID yet. So it's going to be relevant anyway. Access to customers, that's key for any startups. Having access to the big corporate leaders in Europe is very hard. For example, if you are an entrepreneur coming from Norway. So this is one of the topics that the EIC has been taken very seriously. So from 2017, EIC has had corporate programs, and it's been more than 45 initiatives. It's been more than 1,000 EIC companies, startups and SMEs who has met over 2,000 high-level corporate leaders coming from ABB, BMW, Philips, Telefonica, just to mention a few. And the results so far, because this is not only talking and meeting, the EIC are really concerned about delivering results for the innovators and for the corporates. So these meetings has resulted in 43% follow-ups, and 25% of these connections has resulted in concrete business deals, and it has taken less than 6 months from contact to contract. And I think that's really, really good. So on stage today, I'm so proud to introduce, I would say, 3 of the most active and experienced corporate leaders when it comes to understanding the value of open innovation. And it's Victoria from Caixa, #1 bank in Spain, right? And then it's Vincent from Thales, and this is the largest satellite manufacturer in Europe. And then it's Nicholas. You come from AB in Brew, which is the world's largest brewer. But it's more than beer, right? Absolutely. So I want to join you, and I'll just start very informally with the first question. Why would you even prioritize this? Why would you partner with EU and EIC to get close to startups and spend time on these initiatives? Anyone want to start? Ladies first?
Well, ladies first in such a case. I've had the opportunity to be a jury member during Horizon 2020, the pilot. And I had the possibility to see the high quality of the companies selected. Really, these are the top guns, the best of breed of what is innovation and technology in 27 countries now, plus 10 associated countries. Now, when you're a corporate and you're seeking for innovation, I mean, this is really speeding up time and cost. We organized it, a corporate day, CaixaBank, Payments and Consumer, with the EIC. And as you said, in 4 months' time, we took the decision to make 5 pilots last April, and 2 of them are already being implemented, okay? This saved us so much time. We made a calculation, we would have had to screen about 400,000 companies to make this selection, okay? This 5 one. So we got it from the EIC straight on. So it was all advantages for us.
But that's really interesting, because I think a lot of corporations who do not work together with any European agencies, they would think that they don't do it because it takes time, while you're saying it saves time. Would you agree?
I would definitely agree with that. And I would say it not only saves time, it also saves money. So for us, we started with a corporate innovation day in our GTech lab, Global Innovation Tech Center, based in Leuven. And we invited there more than 93 different investors as well, coming from different backgrounds. So not only did our experts internally join those sessions, but also we had other leaders, innovation leaders, coming from other different companies, tech giants, also other FMCG companies that joined us in the journey. And so we quickly figure out that for us, it gives us a benefit of having already created a list of startups that were matching our business needs and challenges, but also having the other actors being present during those corporate innovation days gave us the opportunity to partner together with some of them and therefore exponentially increase the level and reach of our pilots together.
Yeah. Vincent, would you say it's about time and effort for you too?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, similar example as Nicolas, we did a corporate day that was the most recent action we had with the EIC. And to give you an idea, we had 120 applications. On a similar day that we would organize with actually some other agencies that I will not name, but closer to space typically, or even with specialized organizations in charge of finding startups, you know, these kind of brokers, we would have 20 to 30 quality applicants. Here we were at 120. Another figure which definitely highlighted to us the high interest to work with the EIC is that out of the 12 applicants, we had 80% of follow-ups with them.
Oh, wow. 80%?
Compared to 20% we would have generally during such days. So it's been a no-brainer that there is value for us to partner with the EIC. We're actually also working on a larger framework agreement together to see on the other aspects about investments, so co-investing in the future champions or helping the different champions to basically pop up and be strong in Europe.
Yeah. So you want to comment?
I just would like to add something on what Vincent said, is that also on top of the time, money, and conversion rates that were increased during those days, there was also a big factor, I think, that is worth mentioning for big corporation, is that you also create some kind of change in the mindset. You know, you're bringing that into the walls of the company itself. And then all the different employees working around can be merged, you know, during those days and see what kind of real innovation is taking place outside. And I think it creates this kind of new change of mindset and feelings in employees' day-to-day work. And now they are thinking, or we give them the right tools to think far and beyond.
I think that's a very good point. And I'd like to ask you about that, Victoria, because sometimes when there are corporate leaders who are eager to present projects, they could meet not invented here syndrome, you know, by their own technologists or own R&D department. And as I understand, Victoria, this was not the case in your bank. Let's tell us about, tell us.
No, it wasn't at all, because the immediate answer from the top management when I proposed to organize the corporate day was yes, immediate yes, okay? And the involvement within the company, I think it's important to mention that for cash-advance payments and consumer, there were about 80 meetings. I mean, the respective teams who have to implement the pilots, the potential pilots, were working with the startups to identify which was going to be the business case, the user case within the bank.
Wow.
Okay, and this was an incredible value. As Nicolas was saying, I mean, there was already a movement to change of mindset, and proceeding to this step, I mean, was like a rush, you see? And the management, the top management took the decision of from 21, 21st, finally we selected 11 pilots, 11 potential pilots, and the top management took the decision of the 5 pilots in 30 minutes.
In 30 minutes?
30 minutes, okay?
Wow.
Because was presented
that doesn't sound
jointly,
like a bank decision.
Was presented jointly within the teams, operational teams from the bank, jointly with the startups, and this was a joint cooperation, and it was great.
Yeah. Vincent or Nicolas, do you have any not invented here syndrome at your corporations?
Well, basically, we are in a domain or domains where, like the others, but startups is just now a real reality. There's been for sure at the beginning, like for many corporates, I guess, the fear of, or the why are they here, basically. So if I put it just in perspective, corporates versus startups to start with, yes, at the beginning, but I think we all believe the world is just shifting from the top to the down of the company. And once again, with the EIC behind bringing actually, I would say, a different angle on what we do in terms of open innovation. So in the sense that we have classical channels, I would say, like the space community or the cyber community and so on and so forth, or locally in the countries or elsewhere. Here we have really a broad global approach and access to multiple startups all across Europe, qualitative. So basically, no-brainer as well, like Victoria, to go to next steps, because we could really see that this has been so far the best experience for us, once again, in terms of working with the ecosystem to work together with the best startups.
Any comments to that, Nicholas?
Yes, I tend to agree with my colleagues here from the panel. However, I would like a slight touch here, meaning that in our company, it also depends which topics you're tackling. So if you're talking about like creation of new beverages or let's say change of recipes and the likes, there's still a component, a secret component, I would say, in that respect, that you cannot open, to everyone. Not saying that for new beverages that cannot be done, but for existing beverages and recipes, for instance, this is something you cannot share to the outside world. And this is, let's say, one angle. Now, for the majority of the departments, this is where we started already quite some time ago, the change from closed innovation to open innovation. Like 9 or 10 years ago already, the company opened what we call the Beer Garage, which is a Silicon Valley-based office, global Silicon Valley-based office, fostering on digital innovation for all the different zones across the world. That department has further increased. We had like local entities with specialization in different countries, like we have for supply chain in Tel Aviv, in Israel as well. We have different components in India, APAC, US, Europe, of course, and Africa. And starting, with one entity, developing it, encouraging it together with the business partners locally in the different entities and zones, has proved to deliver, not only this change of mindset we were talking about, but also proved to deliver tangible results for the company bottom line.
So far, you haven't experienced any obstacles that we can take lessons learned from if other corporates are looking at going into partnerships like that. Any thoughts about that? What kind of obstacles you could beat?
I would say there is the usual institutional syndrome, I would say.
Institutional syndrome?
Yeah, in the sense that basically we are corporates, we are here for business, and there can be a bias of, this is an institution, this is the European institution or the national institution, it will take ages, it will not be efficient, it will not be agile, whatever, you name it. And there can be a bit of that at the beginning. You may find some people like that. After that, it's the usual trick, finding the right people who understand quickly the benefit and just carrying on. But, institution can be, I think, a hurdle from a corporate perspective.
Learning how to... We're going to go back to that question because I really want you to share some off-record tips to the startups on how they can break this institutional code. But I think one of the assets, at least I know from your side, Victoria, is that you've been working at high level in many corporates, but also as an investor and also being very connected with startups. So you understand that ecosystem. How do you think that has How has that affected what's happening with the bank now and how you work with open innovation?
True. I've been in the corporate world, high-tech, telecom operators, more precisely at C-level. Today I sit at the board. I'm board member of CaixaBank Payments Consumer, and I'm investor and business angel, so I have as well a portfolio of startups, plus I work with the EIC as well, as you remember, as well with innovation and selecting the top startups to be funded, okay? So that's true that when you see individually, there are different issues and problems that might rise from one side to one another. We are talking a lot about the scale-up of companies, very much concerned about the equity, investing, funding, and so on, which is great. This is something that you require, but hey, at the end of the day, a scale-up is sales.
Yeah.
Basically.
I think that's a very valid point. At the end of the day, scale-up is sales. It's not being funded by public money. It's sales. It's actually payment from real customers. That would never go out of fashion, huh?
True. So at the end, how you could help and boost or accelerate the scale-up of these companies into selling into other countries, okay? You need sort of international experience, having access to the market, to a physical, significant market share, but as well, not all the startups, or no, any startup can afford to start with a big sales team, a big sales department. So they struggle, okay, to give their first step or creating market traction and so on, but with their limited resources and knowledge when, in particular, scaling to other countries. Okay?
Yeah.
So this is one issue that can appear. And on the other hand, you have a big corporation as ours, with a very strong network presence, with about 5,000, more than 5,000 branches, 23 million clients.
33 million clients?
23, sorry.
Oh, okay.
23 million clients.
Oh. Still, 23 million is a big number.
So you can put some thoughts about, hey, how I can match, you know, there is something we could be doing here. So having talks with the EIC, hey, we want to scale up these companies. On the other hand, saying, you know, there is, you know, this bright customer base, these bright people here in the market, you know, now having very knowledgeable with the market, and we have put something together.
Absolutely.
Finally.
Do you want to comment, Nicholas?
Yes, I would like actually to add a comment on what both my colleagues here say, on the company side, corporate side, and on the startups and scale-up side. So to start with, on the corporate side, I would say that, you know, blocking points might arise if there is not a perfect alignment between innovation department and business departments for our company, for instance. So if the innovation lab or entity is acting on his or her own and creating new kind of disruptive innovation without sharing that with the rest of the company, keeping it secret and not working towards solving business challenges and targets of the business partners, then you're most likely going to go for a failure. So we figure out through the years with experience that actually the best way of doing so was internally to share business challenges across the different zones and business departments and working together with startups to bring innovative solutions towards those challenges. This way you can share resources, financial resources, human resources, and work together for a greater goal. So I would say that blocking points do exist, but they also can be easily removed if you're acting within a same, let's say, mindset
mentality. Absolutely. Victoria?
I would say that on this point, there are other aspects that need to be signified. Number one, the sales cycle for a startup within a corporate might be a very long process. I mean, this can be 12 to 18 months to establish a POC, a pilot. And the first 6 months is spent in just trying to understand to whom they have to talk about it, okay? So you need to put in place instruments inside your corporation to help these startups, first of all, to have a quick understanding if yes or not you are going to be interested. Is it applicable, useful for your organization? So for example, at CaixaBank Payments Consumer, it was created the Open Innovation Team with a specific instrument called Zone to Boost, which basically analyzed screens the opportunities coming from startups, or yes, no, very quickly give them an answer, yes, no, this is interesting for us, and if it's interesting, they can tell and organize inside, okay, who are the right people to talk to, and accompany the startups on this journey. And this is very important, save them time, and for us as well, okay?
Absolutely.
I think exactly. Top notch, just on point. I think having the right mentors / business champions within the company on the procurement side, on the tech side, on the marketing, sales, logistics side, whatever, you name it. I think this is crucial. And that starts with a couple of champions that will help you in your journey together with the startups. And then when people see this leads to traction and success, others will follow up. And then you will have like a virtuous cycle of success working together with startups, and more people will come in the company working together with the department. So absolutely agree on that point. And then linked to that still, what can be the blockers for the startups? We already tackled this point. Procurement-wise as well, very important, often neglected. I think, very, very important point as well, being paid on time. Their runway is not the same as for other big corporations, for instance, so very important to take that into consideration while running pilots and the likes. But also, I would say that having the right resources for a startup to scale up together with a company, should the pilot be successful, is also another, let's say, key barrier to success sometimes. So this is unfortunately something that we had encountered in the past. Very successful pilot with a company, with a startup, or with a scale-up, let's say, in one of our zones, country or zone Europe, then not being able to scale up to other zones because lack of resources, financial resources mainly on the scale-up side, and not the willingness to, and totally understandable, to put all the eggs in the same basket to scale up just with one customer, for instance, while the customer, the company, we would like to scale up together with them. So at that moment, there was like already quite some time ago, but at that moment, the different CVC fund in our company, or even the EIC accelerator and the likes, and CVC fund with the EIC bank, were not in place yet as they are today. Yeah. And that created a lot of frustration for some of our cases. But now, I think this is also a very great initiative that the EI bank also allows funding for scale-up and business partnership together with other CVC funds.
Vincent, I heard yesterday from the stage from the former chairman of the board at EIC, Mark Ferguson. He reminded us of something very interesting, and it's connected to your industry, space. Because now space is not the new industry anymore as it was when we were placing the first man on the moon, right? And he said that the average age of people working with getting the first man on the moon was 26 years old. I think that's a thought to mind, How do you think about making sure that we work together with different generations, and also the fact that a lot of the disruptive technologies, specifically in banks, are coming from people not having bank experience, are coming from entrepreneurs who are not researchers, who have been training by gaming. They know technology without any, they haven't gone to universities. How do you deal with connecting young people and work together with seniors and the diversity? Is that something you look at your corporations?
Well, absolutely, and actually I think we are very lucky in our sector because we have a breadth of talent who want to be actually the next generation going to the moon indeed, or further. We know some famous people want to go even further, and I think this generation, the young generation is basically kicking doors to really get in. So indeed there is the question how I will call ourselves an established player who's been there for years, can be relevant, can welcome young people, can welcome also the startups, which, okay, we find different profiles in these startups, but by nature there are a number of young people. So it's really, I mean, to me there is no really secret sauce. It's all about building the dialogue. I mean, my colleagues were referring to that with the right people, the right resources, people who are ready to listen to new ideas as well. Because when we talk about welcoming the young generations, I would go one step further. It's also welcoming crazy ideas, like nonsense ideas at first sight, but actually, if you dig, if you give it a chance, it will work. So it's really working at the different levels. So from the top management, CEO, ex-com level, down to the champions in the different businesses, down to operational level, to really welcome these new generations with new ideas, whether it's internally indeed, and so to offer them perspectives which will be attractive. So for instance, the opportunity to work with startups, but also opportunities to set up their own internal startups. So that's something we do ourselves. And these internal startups have actually the possibility to spin off and to work with other startups. So that's the way ready to be well, not lagging behind what's happening. And surprisingly, I can think about, I mean, not surprisingly, actually, I can think about a number of these young people coming in the industry. Actually, when you meet them for the very first time, there's no even a thought why you wouldn't welcome them. I mean, they are mature, they know what they want, they are bright. Indeed, like in the everyday life, you were mentioning the digital payments or all activities from the daily life. They bring this different perspective into space, and it's very good as well because this is innovation at its highest with the serendipity factor. You merge different ideas and you come up. So these guys are very comfortable talking, whether it's to the CEO, whether it's to the operational guy. And I guess maybe we are lucky in what we do, but it's happening very, very naturally. And you know, there are even nowadays these visions. Once again, I was inferring the moon, Mars. We may believe in this room that it may not happen during our lifetime. Well, personally, I believe it will come actually, and we will see maybe, you know, like the daily life as it is today on the Earth, on the moon, for instance, for cities. And in this case, yeah, we have, there is not a question that the youngsters need to be on board, and they are getting on board. And it's great that we have all this direction all together. One last point to touch upon. We talk a lot nowadays, and for good reasons, about climate change, sustainable development, and so on and so forth, which is even a stronger concern, I think, for the young generation. In our sectors, there's been, I know, some polemics, you know, publicly about the recent trips going up there and so on and so forth. But that's that. One thing which is interesting is that the youngsters come in, I think, with the idea to see it as a way to solve issues. So space can still observe what's going on the Earth. We know well what are the emissions, what are the places which are, well, for instance, in the North Pole or the South Pole. It's thanks to space that we can figure out that we have a problem and we need to do something. So overall, we are in industry very lucky with these guys, and it's more a challenge for us to follow the pace at which they are going, because they will go there with or without us, even big corporates, I think.
I think that's probably what signalizes all of you who are in head of understanding open innovation, is that talent is ageless, cultureless, and genderless, but managing and leading those kind of teams is a difficult and different job than just having the same group of people being the exact same and background as you. And I think what you're doing is demonstrating how it can be done in real life.
Well, I think that you need a plan.
Yeah.
You need a plan with objectives and KPIs, okay? And you need to enact such a plan. So as you say, diversity is not just gender, it's age, nationalities, whatever. Okay, whatever is going to be, this diversity is going to bring value to your business and to your company. But you need a plan for that. And you cannot discard the skills that you have in-house. You may have to think, okay, fintech is not just youngsters, okay? You might need some gray hair to manage, 23 million customers, all their money. So you might need some experience. So
can you manage that without gray hair? 23 million customers.
I think you need a very good mix-up, about market dynamics, history, clients, etc. So you need a good combination. And as well, I think that very nowadays, the young people is very prized, okay? And people over 50 are getting more and more discarded in many organizations, unfortunately. So, and this is real value. It can be the history of the company that you are losing. So you need to have plans as well. Okay, how I can make these people evolve more digitally, acquire digital skills. So not everything is about acquiring it from the outside world. This can be about how I can make my people grow inside my company, become more digital, with a much more digital-oriented culture, and make these combinations as well. Okay.
I just want to bring on your word. You must have a plan, because we do have a plan today, and we want you to see. I think it is for the first time. It's a pilot. And I don't think I should introduce it. I think you should introduce what we're now about to see.
Well, yes, we have been talking, thank you very much, Anita and the EIC, for giving me this opportunity, because we have been talking so much about the scale-up of companies, how corporates can help the scale-up. As we have said, scale-up is sales, basically. Okay, so what you're going to see, we have a video, by the way, quite self-explaining, and which is the first of its kind. It's a premiere, the first time in Europe that a bank is going to perform such an experience with the EIC funded company. So better than words, I would like maybe to enact a video and you to see what is it about.
Are we ready to run the video? I think it will speak for itself. Wow, I think that deserves an applause. I think this is so cool. It's a pilot, of course. How did you get up with that idea? Because I know, even though you probably don't like it, it did come from you, Victoria. Yeah. Think a bit closer, maybe? Yeah.
Thank you so much. And on the other hand, on the other hand, thinking about, okay, what about if a client might love, an innovation, but what about if it doesn't have money to finance it? And on the other hand, looking at EIC startups, which are the best of breed. So all the dots connected together, but I have to say that here is one of these situations where you think about and say, well, the EIC has ambitions, CaixaBank has ambitions to be a top leader in innovation as a bank, but this is where it enters in action. And the immediate answer, well, it was so quickly, yes, that even me, I was surprised about it, okay? That everything connected together, and I have to say that the teams have been working so hard to put this pilot in action, into motion, both the EIC teams and CaixaBank teams. So this is the official announcement. So startups, if there are entrepreneurs watching this space, hey, what do you think about having 3,000 sales advisors specialized in the agricultural sector and having access to 500,000 clients in this domain? We will sell for you and we will market for you, we will visit clients for you. This is, and we will come back, of course, with the results, purchase intentions.
Yeah.
So what do you think? Okay.
I think I really hope that this will be some best practice that other corporations can learn from. And I think this is agri-tech. It's one of the hottest growing sectors, and it really supports the EU Green Deal. It supports the UN Sustainability Development Goals. And I read just a couple of days ago that actually Bill Gates, he's become the biggest landowner in the US. He doesn't own things if it's not going to grow. But he's also taking care of the earth because it's really needed. It's not enough food, and the way we're treating the earth, we don't have a planet B. So it's really
and it
spot
has to
on.
be done in sustainable ways, and we do not have to forget that agriculture is one of the biggest polluters, so that's why we are looking for sustainable solutions in addition to, vertical farming, precision farming, connectivity for rural areas. This is where we have the shadows, the shadow areas from the telecommunications, and as well power generation, energy, how we generate, how we connect the innovation if we do not have power supply, energy supply. So we think about, number one, this is a pilot, but scalable to other, I think is going to be successful. I'm quite convinced. Then we will be able to scale up to other industries, health, for example, and other industries, but as well to other countries.
Yeah.
We think that finally, the final awarded companies will be around in between 25 to 30 companies. This means 3 to 4 per vertical sector and horizontal sector that we have defined. And then we will take them to market. We will demonstrate that market traction, pricing policy. Hey, think about, which is one of the biggest problems you as an entrepreneur may have, is how I match the right pricing
Yeah.
for the client with the right volumes that I need.
Yeah.
Okay, so in one shot you might have enough volume of contracts that allows you to provide the right pricing to the market, to your clients.
But Victoria, we will invite you for sure back so we can get some lessons learned from this. We only have a minute and a half left, but there's been coming questions because there's a lot of audience online. So you have time to answer one question here. From Lena. The corporate culture can be quite different between startups and big corporations. What would be your strategy to deal with potential conflicts of views? You touched it, kind of, Nicholas.
I think indeed it's a very good provocation being shot online. I do believe, that, again, there might be conflict of interest in terms of way of moving, but this is as well the role of the innovation department to be kind of the middleman, or if you can say the translator between the language of the startup and the language of the corporation. So I do believe that eventually the greater goal here is to make business together, scale together, and making an impact together. And I do believe that if you keep this mindset and objective in mind, you cannot go wrong, whatever your partner is, startup or corporation.
I think we will end it with that. I think that was a perfect encouragement to startups and to corporates. And I'd like to thank you, Victoria, Vincent. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Let's go and grab a coffee. Right? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the European Innovation Council Summit. The panel we're going to be talking to this afternoon is on investing with impact. And for the panel, I have the pleasure to welcome with me here in Brussels, Yoon Loa. Please, could you just say a few words about yourself and your company?
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm a co-founder and a CEO of a French startup company, Rosie. So Rosie is engaged in the revalorization of high-purity raw materials for end-of-life, so old PV modules. Rosie is one of the beneficiary of EIC mixed investment, mixed funding, in the framework of Green Deal.
Perfect. The other panelists we have on the Zoom call, I see Allegra there. Please, could you introduce yourself and just say a few words about your fund? We can't hear you. Yes. Hey.
You can hear me now? Does that work?
Yes.
Same player, try again. Okay, so business engineer by education. I spent most of my career as first of all, as an entrepreneur and then as a venture capitalist. I've joined earlier this year Breakthrough Energy Ventures. So Breakthrough Energy Ventures is a climate-focused venture capital fund, which seeks to accelerate our progress towards net zero. And a couple of things that makes it different is threefold. One is that it's a truly for-impact investor. So we solely back technologies which would have the ability to mitigate 0.5 gigatons of CO2 emissions every year. Second of all, it's a patient investor in the sense that we are structured to last 20 years. And the third element of differentiation is what the team is actually made of, which is either former entrepreneurs who have been in those shoes before, or a scientist which have the ability to conduct thorough technical due diligence over the investment opportunities that we look at.
Perfect. Thanks so much, Allegra. And now over to Heidi.
Hi, my name is Heidi Lindvall. I am the general partner at Pale Blue Dot. Pale Blue Dot is a 87 million euro climate tech fund based in Sweden, but we invest all around Europe and US. We are a climate tech only fund, so we invest in climate tech, but for us, climate tech is very wide. So we see climate positive startups in every different sector. So anything from food and agriculture to fintech to mobility, transport, fashion, supply chain, you name it. And we've been operating for a year and a half now. We've done 15 investments, mainly seed stage investments. Before I started Pale Blue Dot, my own background was in human rights originally. I've then been building startups for the past 10 years, also built a few accelerators and micro funds before starting Pale Blue Dot together with two of my partners last year.
Brilliant. Thanks a lot, Heidi. And last but not least, we have Thomas in Lithuania.
Hey, hi, Kinga. Good to see so many familiar faces. So I'm Thomas. I'm a GP at the Contrarian Ventures Fund. It's a small seed fund for the moment. We're investing all across Europe and Israel, coming in early on the seed stage, partnering with entrepreneurs, focused on the climate space, but a bit more niche than Heidi. So we more focus on sustainable energy transition and mobility. So it's kind of all things to do with electrification of industries, decarbonizing the industries. Yeah, briefly about me, that's kind of it. Super happy to be on the panel. See so many great faces here, so my pleasure.
Excellent. Great to see all of you, and great to see you're engaged. Maybe just to kickstart our discussions, impact. It seems like a really big word. And here we are, venture capital investors. Can you just talk a little bit more? Why did you want to connect venture capital with impact? What is your mission? How do you think about impact in the space that you are in, just to understand from a high-level view? Maybe we start with Thomas.
Well, look, for us, when we started the fund, it still is a very small fund. So sort of we had to, we didn't, when we started the fund, we didn't have like a perfect impact methodology, perfect metrics that we just come out and go to the entrepreneurs and say, hey, this is how you're going to do it. This is how you're going to report it. This is what we need from you. So we're still spending a lot of time building this frameworks and methodology. For us as an investor, obviously now everyone talks about impact, everyone talks about ESG, everyone talks about green stuff for us, but that's all the generalist funds as well, not only us as an impact investor. So for us, it's much easier at Contrarian to do this, but I think we want to do much better and much more what we do now. I think when we started it, we'll look at the startup, it's working on electric bikes, innovation for couriers, like our portfolio company Zumo. So on the sort of first layer, it makes all sense. It's changing, moving people onto the electric bikes. So sort of all makes sense from the first point of view. But when you go much deeper, when you go into scope 2, scope 3 emissions, then that becomes much grayer and much more sort of uncertain. So we started doing more work on that space, sort of going deeper, thinking about, hey, how you guys source those batteries, from who, then that supplier, how do they source the materials for those batteries? And it's often very hard to get that data. It's both us as a fund being very small and sort of at the beginning of our journey, but also then the startups being very tiny with maybe a few employees also cannot think about all those things. So we kind of work together with them at different stages. We do more and more work. When they mature, when they have more funding, when they have more resources, we go deeper and deeper. But we definitely always do the sort of first evaluation, whether the whole story, the whole thinking of the management makes sense and they want to move into the right direction, then it's impactful and it works for us.
Yeah, very good. And Heidi, how do you think about impact and venture capital together? What is your mission there? What is your vision?
Sure. So at Pale Blue Dot, for us, we didn't just do this because we thought it was the right thing to do and the time was now, even though we think, climate is what we should be focusing on and there is urgency around it. But we also knew that this was going to be the biggest investment opportunity in coming years, because we kind of saw all of these different changes happening at the same time. We saw a lot of countries saying that we're going to be net zero by 2030 or by 2050. We saw all these corporates taking climate pledges, saying that they're going to decarbonize their whole supply chain. They're going to figure out how to completely change what they do in order to meet net zero very, very soon. All these regulations coming in, of course, in really, carbon taxes and taxes on plastics, et cetera, like all of these different discussions happening. So much consumer awareness, consumer pressure on businesses. And we saw a lot of founders who said that the next thing I'm going to do is going to be impactful. It's going to be within climate. So for us, this was the golden opportunity to really go and show people that we can use VC to actually solve some of the biggest problems that we're actually facing. And this can actually be used for good. And this is not a compromise. This is not a philanthropy. This is not a charity at all. We are seeing these businesses do incredibly well. And when we first started fundraising for a fund and we started telling people this about 2.5 years ago, people were doubting it a bit. Climate tech wasn't really a term that was being used widely. And since then, we've had reports from PwC say that climate tech as a VC investment is growing faster than AI ever did. And 3 times faster than AI ever did, in fact. And it's been like the fastest growing space that people are investing in. And this includes generalist funds. So it really makes sense from all different points of view. This is what we have to focus on right now. And when everything comes together at the same time, then we should be investing in impact, because that's where the world is moving, and these are the problems that we should be solving with the technologies that we're building.
Brilliant. And just to finalize on the VC side, Allegra, can you talk a little bit about this from the breakthrough side?
Yes, happy to. I think that I'm very much in line with what has been said so far by Thomas and Heidi. So at the end of the day, I think that personally I made the choice to try to contribute to fighting climate change, because at the end of the day, it's the biggest challenge that humanity is facing. And so that challenge renders all others, I would say, completely irrelevant. We first need to address climate change, otherwise we're doomed. So out of necessity, I think that we have to indeed go forward with for impact methodology. And so that's very important, I think, to make the difference between ESG compliant with impact investors and for impact investors, because there's a lot of greenwashing on the market. And I think that all of us here around the table are really abiding to the for impact logic, which means that you basically begin with a problem and understanding its root cause, and from there you basically try to understand which are the most impactful potential solution to addressing that problem. So you seek truly impact maximization. But as Heidi rightly pointed out, it's also the biggest economic opportunity for tomorrow, because I mean, addressing climate change basically means that you have to change everything that we do and we consume and the way we move on a day-to-day basis. So it's in every aspect of our life, what we eat, how we transport that food, the batteries that we're going to put into the bicycle that Thomas was mentioning. Where is the lithium coming from? How is it processed? Is that efficient? Can we recycle it? So in any, I would say, activity that we do on a daily basis, there's a footprint, and therefore there's a climate impact to seek and an economic opportunity.
Kinga, do you mind if I add something super quickly?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, just wanted to comment on a few things. Which is great points. So one is Allegro is being very humble. We co-invested with Breakthrough, and the guys are doing a phenomenal job. Obviously, they have fantastic resources, fantastic technical people, and we co-invested in H2 Pro, one of the Israelis hydrogen companies. It's fantastic to have them on board. It cannot be underestimated what they do and what impact Breakthrough had in general on the whole green thing, on the whole VC thing. They're not only a VC investor, also doing a lot in policy, a lot in technical analysis, has been fantastic. But actually kind of wanted to reflect what Heidi said about LPs. Once they started talking LPs a year and a half ago, and what changed it and how they look at it. For us, is also in the market for the fund too. And when we're speaking to investors 3.5, 4 years ago, you're coming in with the pitch for climate. Jesus, they would look at you like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, what? There's no opportunity. Like, don't you remember what happened? You're too young. You're too young to remember. You don't know anything. And now, luckily, there's so many smart investors who read about this thing, who thought about, who saw it, who saw success stories, who follow the leaders or people they believe that started talking about it, and everything from Larry Fink to Bill Gates to everyone else. And it's so much easier. There's so many people now that want to talk to you proactively, share their knowledge. Some people wouldn't invest in the fund, but like, guys, look, I just want to read. I just want to understand. I'm 55. I'm sort of going to the, going to sold my business. I really want to spend 2 years reading about understanding, because it's something I feel there's something in the air about this industry that I really need to sort of change my mindset. So that's been fantastic. And that shift really started happening over the last 18, 24 months. And it's going rapidly, very, very rapidly. So just quick thoughts.
Absolutely. Thanks, Thomas, for that. Coming back to you, because you are living it. You are living it every day.
Exactly.
Tell us about that story. How did you get into this? Why this?
Yeah.
Why?
So this impact investment, either by startups, companies, and by the venture capitalists, for me, it's a common journey that we have to contribute together. So we'll talk a little bit from point of view of startup companies working on the circular economy for photovoltaic industries. So by education, I'm a physicist. So when I try to be convinced by concept, I split down to very concrete concepts. So for me, impact investment, we have to address 3 aspects. So the first one, ecology, of course, no doubt. Then the social aspects and economy aspects. So for the ecological aspect, this is actually the starting point of our deep tech startup, Today, the solar panels, they arrive at the end of life. There's collection of end-of-life solar modules, but there's no effective recycling. That means the solar modules are collected, the aluminum frame is taken down, the junction box, electronic device behind is recycled, all the rest is principally shredded and landfilled. So Rosie, with our proprietary technologies, innovations, we could demonstrate with the help of EIC fund, so we received a mixed investment, to demonstrate on an industrial scale, industrialization process, that we can take out the highly pure raw materials from end-of-life PV modules and to be reintegrated in different strategic industries, such as the chemical industry, PV, semiconductor, and storage. Now, this is the ecologic aspect that is the starting point for our journey, that we developed technology to tackle that. Then Rosie was founded end of 2017, so we have been existing for 4 years. When I look back, actually the biggest frustration and probably the biggest success, what I see as CEO of Rosie, is the team. Rosie is a French company. The team is composed, actually, the experts all across Europe, from Germany, from France, from Switzerland, with industrial experience. And we also have very young engineers. It's amazing for me to see how they are fascinated by this journey, which might not bring them a very strong, very big economic return very fast. So this gives me a lot of pleasure. I also see, so Rosie team is composed of pretty many female co-workers on all levels. I also see how the half of our population, how we could contribute also to this common journey towards a circular economy. This is something actually I feel very much rewarded on our contribution, actually, to touch a little aspect on the society. Then, of course, the economic aspect. I have to admit, at the very beginning of the development of the technology, that was not the first aspect we considered. We want to really to be sure that technology will work. Then with the exchange with the venture capitalists, with different funding, we were more and more aware of the return on the investment for many, many reasons also. And we start to really take into consideration of the economic aspect. Actually, this input from the investors help us to have a better choice of the process, even technology, to consider the economic aspect, also help us greatly to determine the volume of our first recycling line. So how much the volume we have to invest in order to have a reasonable return on investment time. So this, I really regard all this exchange with different partners as very positive, that we mounted this business actually together. So today, Rosie, with the help really of partners and the investors, our investors, EIC fund, that we are building the world's first photovoltaic module recycling site in the region of Rhône-Alpes in France.
Congratulations.
That's my 2 cents.
That's brilliant. So it seems that impact is really picking up speed. It's also picking up higher valuations, which is surely attractive to many investors. That also means that generalist funds want to prove a little bit that they are more into sustainability and impactfulness. How have you observed the market? Is there a lot of greenwashing going on? Or is it more true believers that really do want to move and believe in changing the world for the better? What is your perception in general? Maybe we start with Heidi, since I see you on the screen here.
Sure. So I definitely agree with that. Everyone is moving into the space, and valuations are going up. I do think that a lot of the stuff we see seems really great. I mean, we don't dig into every single case, of course. So I don't feel like there's too much greenwashing in terms of the kind of startup deals that we get pitched. But of course, we have a researcher in-house, and there's a lot of determining what actually can work and what can work within the time frame that we have. So we don't kind of have a luxury of being an evergreen fund, for example, or a longer term fund like Breakthrough Energy Ventures. Like we're a 10-year fund, which means we have 8.5 years left to invest. And we need to invest in companies that can accelerate and scale during this time. So we have certain restrictions, and that does mean that we've locked out of some more deep tech or high capex stuff where it requires them to build something that might take 3 to 5 years to build. But so then we don't really go into the cases very much to try to verify whether this is actually real, or whether it can actually work. But when it's easier to see how scalable it is, then we dig in, and generally, it is pretty. I feel like it is pretty genuine what we see, at least. So there's a lot of greenwashing going on in the industry in general, and from investors and from corporates and from others. But I think a lot of the deal flow we get are genuine startups who want to solve a problem and have a really great idea.
How do you see that, Thomas?
Maybe I'm going to comment on the valuation side. It's a hard question, right? You can ask the same thing about the public markets, right? Obviously everything looks expensive to everyone, but people keep investing and putting more money and making it more expensive. But there's another argument that, especially, obviously the whole VC became very, very expensive. All the deals, not even in our space, but in our space as well. But at the same time, maybe given the technological advancement and given the speed that big companies can be created, maybe the opportunity is just large and became very, very large over the last few years. And hence these valuations can be accepted. There are enough people who want to pay up that dollar to get into those deals. I don't really know. I wouldn't be surprised if there was a crash in the public markets over the next 12 months that would impact severely the private market valuation as well. That's kind of what happens with a bit of a lag. We investing in a seed stage, obviously everything became probably doubled in the valuation over the last 12 months, but you see those deals, you see the opportunity, and we still see enough great deals to be on the cap table from our perspective. And there's a lot of money coming in. There's a lot of generalists coming in. I think these are transitory investors that could potentially disappear. The climate space is not the priority. It's more about the riding just a trend. That often could be corporates, maybe generalist funds or private investors. But it's great to see that there's specialized investors like Heidi and Allegra who are going to be there for 10 years plus, at least, if not for 30, 40, 50 years, if all goes well. So my 2 cents, I don't know which direction it's going to go, but everyone says it's very expensive. So when there's no one else who's going to pay that valuation, then it's going to be a problem.
How did you see the progress in that, Allegra?
Actually, a colleague of mine made an interesting remark or a comparison with the internet. And so internet basically started off pretty quickly. Then there was a bubble, it burst, and the market completely, fall apart. And then I would say the second wave of growth started and was fairly resilient and steady for a long while. And it seemed that when it comes to sustainable deep tech, we are hopefully in the same pattern, in the sense that there was a bubble for clean tech a few years ago that also burst. And so that part is behind us. And hopefully we are now on that, I would say, trend to a healthy and resilient kind of growth. And that is now translated in, I would say, the momentum of that market, and the reason why we see valuation going up. At the end of the day, whether the fund managers are specialists or generalist, a family office, for impact fund, with impact fund, an ESG fund, whatever, I think that we're going to need all the resources that we can tap into in order to get there, given the time that we have left. And so I think that the investing community needs really to work hand in hand in order to make it happen. And so we need to, I would say, share what we learn, share where we failed, because it happens, share where we have had a success. And we also have to help, I think, the LPs in better navigating, because there is a little bit of greenwashing. ESG compliant funds are usually just to avoid harm. With impact is seeking financial return first, with a little bit of impact on the side, a little bit like a cherry on the cake. For impact investors are the one that, as I said, are truly seeking to maximize their impact. And so I would really love to see, I would say, most of the capital flow towards for impact investors and fund managers, because these are the ones who are going to lead the charge in making it possible.
And what about you, Yunha? What changes have you seen on the market? Are you seeing the valuations of startups, your colleagues going up? And do you see more interest? And do you also see generalist funds pretending they are very green, or maybe wanting to be greener?
It's a very, very interesting question, actually. When we look at every technological development cycle, there are always leaders and followers. There's nothing wrong to choose to be followers, but as a startup, as a technology company, clearly we have made our decision. We want to be the leader. So for the leaders to go forward, that we're struggling forward today against a lot of crowd, one of the important things is to switch off the noise. For us as a startup, we would like to go forward. We would like to look at the real values, the ethical values, the basic laws of the technology, to assess that with as little noise as possible, to evaluate how we go forward. And we also believe that the more we go forward, the stronger we become, there will be less noise. And actually, we also try to establish a relation with our investors, with our partners, that we share the same value, that we look at the essentials, that the viability of the technology, the real ethical, ecological impact on the environment. We try not to use too many keywords that make us somehow into a little gray zone of going to very much ambiguity on the greenwash. So the evaluation of many startups, I congratulate them when they have a good evaluation, but we really look at the sustainability. So as a startup from us, we're not looking for a very fast, short-term, high valorization. We really want to contribute to the sustainability of our environment. So for me, a greenwash goes more in the noise. We try to switch off.
Very good. As you know, the European Green Deal is a very ambitious plan with reductions of emissions by at least 55% by 2030 as compared to 1990 levels, and to achieve climate neutrality by 2050. So the public sector, EIC fund being one of them, is very, very much pushing forward these changes and will surely play one of the major roles in the Green Deal. But it's not possible to do everything without the private sector. And so it's very important to have those large investments coming in from venture capital funds, from corporates, from really everyone out there, to make sure that we can deliver on those targets. What do you think could still happen so that we can mobilize further the investment community and speed up reaching these targets? And maybe I start with Yoon here.
So I talk again from the point of view of startups. To be very, very frank, Rosie is not most successful with private investors up to now. We have some success. So we have a very special project. It's a deep tech project that will tackle a huge market that implies a high capex and a relatively long return investment time compared to many software startups. I'm very grateful actually during the exchange with the investors, potential investors, and some of them come pretty good friends, colleagues, with their very sincere feedback on the economic impact, on how to develop further, how to expand further the business. So how we will continue. So for us, we will continue showing our capability of upscaling. That's greatly helped by EIC Fund, actually, that allow us to demonstrate with a very fast pace our industrialization process to the world, actually, where we have pretty good visibility today to be the first line in the world which tackles this high value raw material recycling of end-of-life PV modules. I think from the side of startup, from the point of view that we have more and more opportunity really to show to our partners to get mutual understanding and mutual agreement on what we are really looking to, the sustainability with a good economic return, with a good balance of technology, with good social impact. This is actually what I would like to contribute to this question.
Thank you, Yun. Heidi, you recently raised a fund. You were talking to many angel investors, corporates, institutions, and you are working with them today. You're working with those investors and those institutions and corporates. What do you think could happen that we could mobilize them further to act quicker and potentially even in bigger investment amounts?
Sure. One thing, of course, that I think is going to happen automatically is that when people start seeing more exits and more opportunities in this space, then it will automatically mobilize, especially a lot of investors, to kind of work harder on this. But I really think there's again a few things that kind of come to mind, and one of them is that I think collaboration really is key for us to really be very open about the fact that we need everyone. This is not something that one type of company will solve or one type of investor will solve. And it's very important to kind of see that where you fit into the ecosystem, but also realize we have to work with the others who are not part of that ecosystem. I mean, in terms of, we need to work really closely with universities and make sure that we get research really fast to the hand of investors. But then we have to understand that there's a lot of different type of investors. Like Allegra mentioned as well, that there's, investors, there's family offices, there's angels, there's VCs, there's evergreen funds, there's loads of different grants, there's loads of different structures. And we all need to work together to make sure that we can, in the easiest way, support these entrepreneurs and these people who are actually building solutions. And then the other thing I think that we really do need to push for regulation to happen faster as well. Because I think we don't have the luxury of time to just wait and do things at our own time. We need regulation to kind of come in and say, hey, you're not allowed to do that anymore. And you now have to figure out how to transition within next year or within the next 3 years, because we have a very limited time to solve the climate crisis. It's not enough that we discuss some regulations that might come in 10 years' time. So I think these all things kind of need to come together. And so I think, collaboration and regulations for me are kind of key in getting this done.
Brilliant. Thank you, Heidi. Now I have a question from the audience, actually, and it's one about the accepted industry standards on how to measure impact. So I don't know who would want to take it first. Maybe Allegra with a large fund and international one backing behind her. How do you do it? How does your impact grid, how does your ESG reporting and measuring work?
If I may just, can I add just something to what Heidi just said and then
yes,
answer
please.
the question?
Please go right ahead.
I think that are three things that could accelerate, I would say, or allow to tap into the Green Deal and accelerate our collective action to fight climate change. And namely, so one is, I think that it's extremely difficult to navigate the puzzle of a regulatory changes in each country, and then at a European level, and then an American level, and so on. But if we want any of those companies to truly have an impact and to truly put a dent into the system, we need those solutions to scale globally very quickly. And so if there's anything that can be done in order to simplify, that would be a game changer. So make the European market more homogeneous from a regulatory perspective, simplify the access to public financing. It remains extremely difficult, I think. So that's one thing, simplification. The second is that those disruptive technologies, as much as they have impact potential, usually when they start, they are more expensive than the fossil-derived counterparts. And so this is what we call the green premium. One way to, I would say, counter that and to fast-track the adoption of those potentially impactful solutions is to increase the carbon tax and to apply it on the economy at large. I know it's a bold statement, but the larger is going to be the scope, the higher is going to be the carbon stack and the carbon tax, the easier it's going to be to scale in an economically viable way those solutions. Because if I have, I don't know, a boiler at home, and the cost of I would say fossil-derived electricity goes up, well, obviously I might want to put a heat pump and make sure that my supplier is green electricity related. Anyway, so that's the second point. And I think the third one is that, well, we only finance and help those seeds to emerge. But even though we exist, for instance, for 20 years, we won't allow those companies to thrive to public level. Well, hopefully some of them. But something that is key, again, to enable that market to thrive is to incentivize the corporate incumbent to make early bets and to sign offtake agreements for those new technologies. And so switch to a more efficient process, switch to a sustainable process, and that incentive can take different form, but incentivizing those corporations to make that transition would be a game changer again, because it would allow those companies to generate earlier revenues and therefore attract additional investors to the table. So it's kind of a self-fulfilling loop. Sorry. So that was what I wanted to hide on.
Actually, I think Allegra Jon wants to add something on this.
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, we're living that. From the very beginning of the project of our technology development, a second action that we launched immediately was a life cycle analysis, which is actually very, very important for all the companies working technology. We should really be able to follow the life cycle analysis at the same time in parallel with the development of technology. The result of life cycle analysis is even our criteria to make some decisions, which technology we will use. So for every industry, at least for solar, for recycling, electronic, there's actually a list of the criteria you have to look at. Pollution to the water, you should have the standard benchmark, pollution, emission to the air, particles, CO2 footprint, energy. So our industry has done a fantastic job already. So they have all the framework. Now it's up to us to fill in this table with new technologies, with new numbers.
Understood. And coming back to Allegra, because you were just finishing off and starting the new subject.
Yeah, happy to, but I think that Thomas wanted to.
I felt left out.
Okay, I can't see Thomas, so go right ahead, Thomas.
No, it's feeling horrible that I didn't say anything about this, so I'm gonna make something up. No, I wanted to react. Some great things being said, very concrete things. What I wanted to say was building communities is quite important as well, and some really cool, concrete examples that I am pretty active in. Simple things, obviously. It's not millions of people, but There's this great newsletter plug to Sophie called Climate Tech VC, getting a lot of traction, a lot of people, a lot of great discussions, sort of must read for everyone involved in climate tech. Fantastic work. I spoke to her when she was just starting it. It was really cool what she built. Another thing is like, I'm on this Slack platform called Work on Climate. It's a Slack channel. I don't know, it's like tens of thousands of people with like multiple groups. And you see so many talented engineers, computer scientists that have done great careers from Facebook to Google to IBM to all the massive corps or startups. And they just come in with sort of same sentence. Hey guys, I see there's something cooking, sort of I have enough money, I'm in my like 40s, I want to do something in climate, help me, help me, give me materials to read, to get educated about it, and involve me in any projects, sort of NGO, social projects, for-profit projects, and everything else. So this is pretty cool because obviously for the VC, you need everything from entrepreneurs to be there, to LPs to invest in VC funds for this whole cycle to work. So yeah, just a small thing to add, sorry.
Brilliant. Thanks, Thomas. So coming back to the audience question about the generally accepted industry standards to measure impact. Since I don't see all of you at the same time, does one of you want to volunteer an answer?
Happy to start. I guess that there's, a number of different methodologies that are available on the market. I think that at the end of the day, if you're truly a for impact investor, you can create, I would say, a methodology of your own, and using some of the tools that are made available on the market in order to have access to some benchmark. The tool that you mentioned with regard to LCA is extremely important. Unfortunately, all startups can't afford it, or the processes, I would say, too small to be worthwhile conducting a full-fledged LCA, but it's certainly a very important piece of data. In our case, what we do is that we basically, I would say, set up an impact case while we are conducting a due diligence of an investment opportunity. So it's not something that we do monitor and look into after the investment is made. It's actually what drives our investment decision in the first place. So is that technology disruptive enough in order to allow that given process, that given climate-related problem to be mitigated significantly? Because the difference in, energy consumption is such that it's a big enough impact on the one hand, and the market to which you can apply it is big enough in order to get to a point where we can hope to mitigate 1% of our GHG emission by 2050. So we basically build an impact case for each and every investment opportunity that we contemplate. And we only consider looking into the financial, the team, the commercial achievement, et cetera, if we have, I would say, a strong conviction that the impact case is convincing enough.
Brilliant. Heidi, Thomas, do you want to add anything as a final point on this?
Yeah, I can add quickly that we don't have a specific standard, but we work on this very much on a qualitative approach where we look at every company. We have a climate researcher in-house. So first of all, we make sure that there is something core where we see that the core business will have a great impact without it being like a byproduct of what they do. And then we decide, we have a climate pledge that they have to take at the time of investment as well. And then we decide together with the founders on what climate KPIs they will be reporting to us and how they will be measuring their impact based on what is core to them. And for us, it's not always carbon emissions, because we invest in companies that reduce, reverse, but also prepare for a new world. Like there's a lot of companies very wide, and they're so early stage that we feel like just carbon emissions itself is not always the most accurate one at that stage of the development as well. So for us, we really try to figure out what can you report that is core to what you do? How can we measure at this stage? And then we keep revising it after we've invested based on the growth as well. But that's how we do it. So we don't really have another standard that we feel like is good enough for us to use with an early stage startups.
Thomas, any final word on that?
Nothing too more comprehensive than what the folks said. So I'm gonna pass on this one.
Brilliant. I think that we've come to the end of our time this afternoon. Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure hosting you today. Thank you so much, Allegra. Thank you, Heidi. Thank you, Thomas. Sorry you couldn't be here, but hopefully next year. And thank you so much to Yoon with me here in Brussels.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to this workshop. We have ahead of us a session dedicated to swarm robotics, and definitely I don't think anybody, either in this room or online, needs a definition of swarm robotics. You're all specialists, but just in case anyway. Swarm robotics focuses on the development of large, scalable, and decentralized multi-robot teams. And these teams have the ability to move and carry out tasks collectively. And what used to be science fiction, what used to be a dream, is now a mature technology. And that technology produces extremely valuable applications. We are going to talk this afternoon about several projects, and all the projects we're going to talk about have been funded by the EIC Pathfinder. So this is the opportunity to learn more about the practical applications of swarm robotics, and to do so, we have 4 guests with us this afternoon. To my immediate right, Professor Peter Baltus, who's from the Technology University of Eindhoven in the Netherlands, and he's a professor in high-frequency electronics. Then we have Dr. Dirk-Jan Keinders. He's from the Antia Group, which is an engineering firm. We have also with us Dr. Vladimir Djapic, who's the CEO of H2O Robotics, and Professor Tomáš Krajník from the Czech Technical University in Prague, and he specializes in mobile robotics. So welcome to you all, gentlemen, and I will indeed, one after the other, invite you to present your projects and tell us what you have been working on. So, Peter, you will be first.
Thank you very much, Florence. And thank you also to Adelina Nicolai for inviting me to talk today about my favorite project, which is Phoenix. Phoenix was a Fed Open project, and the technology that we wanted to address in this project was a technology that would allow us to explore inaccessible environments. And that sounds rather abstract, but really there are a lot of practical problems and applications where we have these inaccessible environments. And let me give you a few examples. For example, you see in the upper right a chemical plant, and very often people that operate such a plant, they want to know what's going on inside of process tanks or inside of pipes, and they are not easily accessible. It could also be, for example, a nuclear reactor where there's been a failure and where you want to know what's going on without really wanting to go in there yourself. Closer to home, in your street where you live, there might be, or there very likely will be, pipes underground carrying drinking water, gas, waste water, and so on. And the companies that operate and maintain these pipes, they want to know whether these pipes are blocked, whether they're leaking. Sometimes they just want to know where they are. But there are more applications. For example, top right, we are sending rockets to far planets to find out what's going on there. And once you travel there, of course, you want to explore that environment. And close by again, if you're a doctor in a hospital, you can have patients, and you might wonder what's going on inside these patients without necessarily wanting to open them up to find out. So these are just a few examples. There are many more, but these are the class of applications, the class of problems that we wanted to address with Phoenix. And in Phoenix, we settled on a technology where we would insert a sensor into this inaccessible environment. That sensor would do observations. It would make recordings in its memory of a number of parameters. Eventually, we would retrieve that sensor, we would read out the memory, and we would have information about that inaccessible environment. Very basic idea, but then you have to make a choice. You can either go for a super sensor that is fully configurable, that's universal, that can do everything, really great sensor, with just one drawback, and that's that it's great physically. It has to be to do all these things. And that means it cannot necessarily go everywhere. It might be too big to fit. So what we decided in Phoenix was to go the other direction. Rather than make one super sensor, we make a whole swarm of limited sensors, small sensors, that each do part of the task and that together can do as much or more than a super sensor, but that are small enough to go everywhere. There's just one fundamental problem. When you make limited sensors, you have to make choices. You need to configure them. What to measure, where to measure, how precise to measure, how often to measure. And you need to optimize that for the environment that you're going to explore. But the problem is that you don't necessarily know that environment because it's an inaccessible environment. And if you knew everything, you wouldn't explore it. So we have this famous chicken and egg problem where you want to optimize the sensor for something that you don't know. And that's where the crazy idea came from that started Phoenix. What if we would make the sensors evolving, becoming better in hardware and in software over time, better and better adapted to explore this environment? And we solved that by making the sensors in a way that they can evolve, and then make a co-evolution where we evolved both the models of the environment and the sensors simultaneously through iterations both in simulation and in the real world. And in that way, we were able to observe inaccessible environments in an optimum way. Of course, to do that, it's a lot of work. And fortunately, we had a very good team. You see all the people here, and you see the different kinds of knowledge that you need to integrate. Software, user interfaces, mechanics, electronics, system design. And we were very fortunate, and I was very fortunate, to have the opportunity to work with such a brilliant team. The one person that's not visible there is Adelina, but she was indispensable through all the adventures of this project, and we were very, very fortunate to have her as a project officer. At the bottom, you also see the organizations that are involved in this. It really was quite an undertaking, but in the end, we got from this crazy idea to a technology demonstrator that showed that the basic technology works. And we verified that by having some PhD students, as you can see in the top right, top left, sorry, verify that in setups. And once you combine students with water and walls, then they can have a lot of fun and show that the things are working. And in the process, they also flooded our building twice, but we won't talk about it again. But then, when you have done that, and the project ends, then you find out that there's more that you would like to do, because the basic technology, generic technology works, but you would like to, on one hand, bring that technology from a technology demonstrator, from a concept, to something that can really be used in industrial settings. And for that, we are very fortunate that we had a follow-up project about which Dirk-Jan Kreinders from Antea, who's sitting here, will talk in the next presentation. And that will show you how we brought this concept into the real world. At the same time, we also see that there's new questions coming up from other applications that would like to use the same generic technology, but they have different boundary conditions. And for that, we would like to do more research, like, for example, evolving different physical shapes of sensors, or having smaller sensors even, or having sensors that can do more different ways of localization, and so on. So that's where we are now, and for that, we are currently also considering, in parallel to the industrialization, whether we should have a follow-up research project to evolve the technology to these specific applications. So I hope this gives you some idea of what we have been doing. I would like to thank you for your attention and give the floor back to Florence.
Thank you very much, Peter. Come back to your seat, and I have a quick question for you, actually. What is, in your view, the most prominent obstacle to seeing this kind of tech on the market?
I think it's the work that happens after you finish the research, after you've done the first steps towards industrializing it, towards the first application. then suddenly there's more people that think, this is great, I can also use this, but they have slightly different requirements. It needs to be smaller, it needs to be more robust, it needs to withstand higher pressures, it needs to work in vacuum, whatever. And suddenly you have all these enthusiastic people with these great ideas, but all the people that you've worked with, this brilliant team, they're all gone. And then what do you do? How do you follow up on that?
Yeah, sort of making sure that the next step can be actually accomplished.
Exactly.
Yeah. Dirk, what about your project? I mean, we have, Peter has touched upon it, but more concretely.
Yes, so I'm Dirk Jan Reinders. I work for a big engineering firm in the Netherlands, Antea Group. And we were one of the partners in the Phoenix project, and I was there involved in actually building the first prototypes. And as Peter already said, when you have this brilliant project, with actually some working prototype, student level, academic, hack together prototypes, where you definitely see some potential in the market, especially working for an engineering firm that has clients that have the problems that Peter mentioned. So we asked for what was known back then as a FAT launchpad, to find out the business model and to do to test the technology that was usable in the field. That was one side. And the other side is, can we make a feasible or a viable business out of that? That question turned out to be rather hard, but I'll get to there. The first thing we did was, take the prototypes that already worked for the students, and afterwards the people here can have a close look, but they're what you expect after a student project. And we took them to these mixing tanks. And that was really interesting because we could measure things in these tanks that were probably never measured before, because we come everywhere in these mixing tanks. And that was really valuable for, in this case, the manufacturer of the mixing apparatus that you see in the middle, because they have their simulations, they have their models, they have their experience, but they never really measured it. So this was one where we really started going. But one of the things here we found, for example, is these people need to know on which depth they are. So we needed to add a pressure sensor. And you can see the physical damage on the modes here. We need to have tough modes for this application. The second pilot that we were doing was going into big pipelines, big industrial pipelines. We had a very nice pilot set up at the drinking water company, and we wanted to do that pilot in March, and then Corona closed it, and of course we were not allowed. So that was a big setback. Here we're going into a sewage system, which was a little bit less sensitive to the public health, so these people still wanted us. And this shot is the last shot we ever saw of these modes, because we lost them. And one of the things that happens if you go into water, there's no radio communication, so we need to retrieve these modes to to get the information out of them. So actually, somewhere in the sewer in the south of the Netherlands, are still 10 of our modes. And for a starting project, that was quite a setback, because that were 10 out of the 12 of our prototypes. That was tough. And it showed us that we really need work if we want to do anything in the pipeline business. And another thing that we learned in talking to other clients or to other potential clients is, for example, if you want to go into firewater mains, but those work at 30 bars. Well, 3 printed balls at 30 bars at this size is quite a challenge. So one other thing that we did during that time is we did work on the hardware. So what you can see is the migration literally from Phoenix to something that starts looking like a product also. I mean, there's not massive wires inside, everything is nice and clean. Thanks to Corona, it took quite a bit longer to create these, so these are actually a week old. But we're really hoping to now visit more and more clients because we can handle the pressures, we can handle the leakage because the student project leaked easier. But we hope that makes it a really viable business. And well, here you see lots of people looking very interesting at the test mixing tank. But this is going to be our first, probably the first commercial business, like really measuring in the mixing tanks and verifying that what they measure on the outside of the tank, that they can correlate that to what they're measuring inside. And the current plan is still to have that joint venture starting soon, but Corona makes things like that hard, and the component shortage makes that actually creating the hardware to support the business decisions is also hard sometimes. But this is really, this is likely to happen in the next few months, so it really helped us. And that was in short what I had to tell.
Thank you very much, Dirk. And what, to you, was the value added of the FET funding part of Pathfinder?
The value added was basically time. Time to figure out what do we have to do, what fields can we apply this in, and what do we have to still do to reach those fields. And that running these pilots really took a lot of time. Mm-hmm. And thanks to the Launchpad project, we had that time. We could really have 4 or 5 meetings with the client before we actually committed to doing a pilot, and we could really get the information out of there that we wanted. So I think that's really valuable for starting the correct company in a bit. Yeah.
Yeah, you didn't have the pressure of tight deadlines.
Exactly. There was really the time to explore and to find out, okay, we need to add a pressure sensor, and we need to have a second pilot to verify that now it gives the things that the client is really interested in. And that was really valuable because now we have the data to support the business decisions.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very good. Vladimir, what happened on your side?
Okay, yeah. So just to touch on the previous presentation, so maybe we cannot help you find the ones that you lost, but maybe in future we can work together. So we add some of our technology to them so they don't get lost or they can be retrieved. We can know their position. So I'll talk about the H2 robotics in our company that is came from basically Pathfinder FET project. One of them, another one, we actually developed new products based on the technology developed in the Pathfinder. Thank you, Adalina, for inviting me. So H2 Robotics is a company that is a spin-off from University of Zagreb, and you can see there 15 years of technology. And we come from automatic control department, and robotics, in particular, robots that work in hard ocean environments is something that is our background. So robotic vehicles that work underwater, so they're used for different mapping missions underwater, as well as surface vehicles, autonomous surface vehicles that swim on the water surfaces and can do the job, but they can also provide a communication link with the swarm that is underwater and the rest of the world. So the next slide is that this particular surface vehicle, autonomous surface platform, is unique in its characteristics, and it is from the FP7 project that merged the robotic technology and humans. So in this case, the diving mission was identified as a particular mission where the robot can help the divers. So it can provide safety, so it can be above the diver at all times. It can provide a communication with the rest of the world, so an operator that is supporting the dive mission on the boat, and it can also provide the positioning. So any type of data that the diver that is doing the biology type of mission or archaeology, any type of data can be georeferenced. So the second project that is from Pathfinder, which is Subcultron projects, actually put this robot together with many small vehicles. So in addition to this muscles, which were basically buoyancy-driven robots, the ones that do not directly control horizontal position, but vertically can go up and down, they can sample the ocean. So this complex system was to have the surface vehicle retrieve these A muscles and also recharge them. As you can see on the right-hand side, it's a fairly complex system, and it's not something that is easy to build and commercialize. So we had to look at the particular technology for this type of, so which technology, subset of technology can we take and take it to the market? So one logical path was to use the surface vehicle that was built that can be used for different missions. And this is something that is the first product that we launch on the market. And with the medium success, we have these systems deployed in the field. Different companies are using them for mapping surveys with either sonar or a video camera. We do a 3D reconstructions of this data. It's in particular, these vehicles can work in very harsh environments, in the rivers, close to the, in the port, close to the ships. So this is something that is technology that made sense to us. This is something that was our comfort zone, a surface vehicle, a robot. But what we kind of did not think at first is this acoustic communication technology and ranging that can be very useful. We just heard that if their devices were equipped with some ranging devices that we built, they can be retrieved. Their position can be known. So what we have is the H2O Observe, which is an acoustic communication and positioning device, and also that technology, but packaged differently, which is there called H2O Orologio, works with the dive watch, and the divers can do chat messaging underwater. So just for people that don't know, RF waves, the radio frequency waves, do not travel. So for instance, Bluetooth, you need to be 1 centimeter away to work underwater. But what the animals and what we use is sound to transmit messages. So our path was to build what we need to build and utilize the technology that is readily available, which is the smartwatches, smartphones, and put those two technologies together. Here in the middle, you see our device working with the tablet, and also on the bottom with the smartphone. So the challenge here and the way for us was to transfer our communication and localization algorithms and put them in this, on these readily available devices and run them as an app. So for instance, a diver can go with the wrist unit and it can use the different, scroll down to different messages and send a message to another diver, or to an operator that is on the boat and it's receiving this on the cell phone. And this works up to, tested in different environments, up to 1,000 meters, but you can send only small text-like messages up to 450 bits per second. So this is something that we have as a first market opportunity. This is the diving market. Diving market is something that people, it's like other outdoor activities, people like to go dive, they invest in these gadgets. So we believe that this is something that is going to be very important. In addition to this, a variant of this device that we have that does not work with or does not need a Garmin watch, but can listen to some chemical parameters, can actually alert a parent if their child is drowning. So that's something that is also a higher potential for this technology. From subculture to product, again, we had a swarm of these A mussels being deployed in the lagoon of Venice, but we saw that there is a way to build housings for these type of systems in a smart way, in an efficient, in a cost-effective way. So we are entering pollution monitoring market and water pollution monitoring market with this technology.
I'm going to have to ask you to conclude, I'm afraid, Vladimir.
Yes, this is my last slide. So big vision for us is underwater Internet of Underwater Things. Everyone is talking about underwater Internet of Things, and now we're expanding this to the underwater environment. And this concludes my talk.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So what actual barriers did you have to overcome when you wanted to launch the company in that particular field?
So for us, the biggest barrier was to go out of our comfort zone and actually accept that potentially new market opportunities can be in subset of technologies. So we do have 15 years of experience in marine robotics, but it was this decision to actually define that the diving industry could be a big opportunity for us, and to focus on a subset technology for underwater communication and localization was the challenge. Then after that, we were able to make a path of how to do the transition of our algorithms to work with the technology that is available, smart phones and smart watches, and be able to make a product out of it.
Thank you. So yeah, indeed, Dirk, maybe you two need to talk about your... so there we are. New partnerships will be born from this particular experience. So Thomas, looking forward to hearing from your end what happened.
Thank you for arranging this meeting. Thank you for introducing me. So nothing actually happened yet because I'm presenting a project that's in its very infancy. The project started only 3 weeks ago. So I will talk about the concepts and about the possible future of using the swarm technology to make impact on our lives. So actually, what we are witnessing right now is like an ongoing ecological decline. And the changes in the environment, the overexploitation of the farmland, urbanization, and the climate change, they actually make it very, very difficult for many species to keep up with the change. And so what we are observing is like an unprecedented loss of biodiversity in the nature. So this loss is only comparable to actually extinction of dinosaurs if you talk about the actual if you talk about the biodiversity decline. One of the species that are actually affected a lot are these flying insects. So over the last 20 years, there is a 75% decline of the flying insect mass, which actually is very convenient for drivers because you don't have to clean your windshield. However, this is a tremendous impact on the ecosystems because these insects provide a very important environmental service, and that's the pollination service. So if you have less of these, you actually have less crops. If you have less crops, you have less insects, and you are caught in this vicious cycle that actually might lead not to ecological decline, but to an actual disaster. And this is also an economical impact, because 84% of crop production in the EU actually directly depends on this pollination service. So out of these flying insects, the most prominent pollinator provider is the honeybee. So the honeybee actually pollinates most of the crops, and also there are some crops that are only served by honeybees themselves. And the honeybee population, similarly to the other flying insects, is also suffering from this population decline, and we have the invasive species that injure the colonies, we have the colony collapse disorder, etc., etc. So in our project, what we are trying to do is to introduce mobile robots inside of honeybee colonies in order to improve their health and to also to improve their efficiency in providing this pollination service. So in the past years, our colleagues were studying, the project partners were actually studying robots that are able to act in the environment for extended periods of time. And if you want your robot to act autonomously for a long time, the robot has to be able to adapt to the environment. So we came up with methods that allow the robots not only to adapt, but to understand what is the nature of the change of the environment, what is the overall environmental dynamics. And this allows deployment of robots in environments which are subject to, let's say, seasonal variations or day and night variations, but also this allows deployment of robots that interact with biological systems, like the ones here on the picture. So in this case, we have been deploying robots, for example, in hospitals, where they had to understand what is the long-term dynamics of human behavior and act in a way that they would blend in this environment. There is another project that's actually mentioned by Vladimir, and that's the subcaltron. And again, in here, swarms were deployed in order to monitor the ecosystem in the Venice Lagoon. So in this project, in the RoboRoyal, we are making one step more, and we are not only going to observe and model and to forecast the environment changes, and not only to make the robot to understand the environment change, but what we are going to try is that we are going to use the robots to influence how the environment change happens. And to achieve that, what we will try to do,
green.
I am pressing the green. Okay.
There we are.
Right. I think I'm not pressing anything. Okay. Anyway, so let me go back. So what we are going to do is that we are going to introduce mobile robots inside of beehives. And a beehive is a relatively complex system where you have this queen releasing chemicals, and these chemicals actually influence the overall activity of the colony, basically what the worker bees do. Then the worker bees go out in the environment, they interact with the surrounding ecosystem, and then when they go back, they interact with the queen, and the queen actually gets information from them about not only the colony itself, but also about the surrounding ecosystem around the colony. So based actually on the feedback from the worker bees, the queen is adjusting this pheromone mix that controls the colony activities in an informed way. The problem is that when you have changes that were never observed before by these species, the queen might actually not adjust this pheromone mix, these chemical substances, accordingly to react properly to the environment changes that are going around. And this actually decreases the ability of these colonies to cope up with the change. So in this project in particular, what we are trying to do is that we will introduce these robots in the beehives. They will observe for a long time what's going on around. Then we will build mathematical models that allow us to characterize the interactions inside of the beehive, between the queen, between the workers, and also the interactions of the beehive with the surrounding ecosystems. Then we will actually use these artificial agents to interact with the queen in a way that we provide her with the right information to adjust this pheromone mix that drives the activity of the beehive in a way that the beehive is actually more efficient. So we can basically increase the pollination when we need it. We can increase the gathering for the beehive in order to accelerate the brood. etc. So this is the overall idea of the project, is to act upon one of these important cornerstone species in order to improve the ecosystem stability. So what you have seen here in this presentation is this technology where we introduce robotic agents in order to affect the queen, to make her happy. And yeah, that concludes my speech. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Thomas. Thank you, and I invite you to go back to your seat. It's fascinating indeed, and I'm sure that in a couple of years, everybody will be very curious to have you come back here and tell us where you actually stand and how much progress you have made. But now that we've seen the birth of the project, what does it take, or what did it take to be funded by the FET Pathfinder?
So I have to say that for a technologist, we are very passionate about these robots and these devices. So we want to make these devices very sophisticated. And what we would like to see in the grants that we deploy really, really super high-tech technology in order to achieve something. But I think to get the FET, one has to have in mind always the market value of the resulting systems, and also like the real societal impact. So sometimes you have to think maybe the same goals can be achieved with less complicated, less complex technology that's actually just deployed in a smarter way. And I think that that's one of the main things to keep in mind when you go for these FET projects.
Right. Do we have questions here in the room? Because we do have a few minutes to spare, and I promised we'd save some time for Q&As. No questions? I mean, such interesting experiences should trigger some curiosity. No? Do you gentlemen have a question for one another? I mean, or a reaction to somebody else's presentation or somebody else's project? I mean, we heard already that there may be some cooperation between two of you, but do you, I don't know, do you cooperate with other universities, other scientists, not necessarily in the development, but once you have reached the stages that you have already reached when your project's a little more advanced? Peter, maybe yeah. Yes.
Yeah. So maybe I have not had a chance yet to pre-discuss this with Thomas, but I would be interested to better understand how the adaptation in your case works. Right? Is that something that works also iteratively, or is that something that is more like a control loop mechanism?
So basically, these adaptive mechanisms that can cope with the environment change, these were actually mostly developed during FP7 Strands project that was especially aimed at spatio-temporal representations for long-term applications of mobile robots. And what we did in there is that, you know, in robotics, when you want to represent uncertainty and incomplete knowledge, you typically use traditional probability. And this probability is typically taken as a, you know, as a constant, and you treat it only, you update it only through observations. And what we tried there is to use alternative representations of this uncertainty over time, for example, spectral models or multidimensional models of time. And this actually allows to capture certain variations that are cyclic or that are governed by certain processes that we can get. So this adaptive technology is based on this algorithm that was called Freeman, Frequency Map Enhancement, that was actually developed in previous FET FP7 projects.
Do you think this might be used or might be applicable in Phoenix-like or Smarbles-like applications? Currently, we are exploring the environment as is, right? So we see how it is now, but you can imagine that for some of these applications, you probably want to regularly redo such inspections. And if you have pipelines, for example, and you find out that it's working now, except for one leak, maybe after a year you want to check again, see whether there are new leaks and so on. And probably what you're most interested in would be deltas, right? Changes.
I mean, exactly, because once you have a robotic system and you do your first round of exploration, then you already know everything about the environment structure. And this is like sort of state of the art in robotics. You build a structure and people are competing in how precise and how large maps they can actually build. And when they want robots operating inside of these structures, they neglect the change. They want to get rid of the change. However, if you do exploration for the second time, it is the change that you are interested in, because the change tells you not only how the environment looks like, but what is going on in there. So I definitely think that, you know, for industrial inspection, these deltas are not only important, they are crucial. This is what you want to know. And this technology I was talking about actually allows you to schedule your inspections in a smart way so that you actually maximize the probability to sense these deltas and to get the most information out of them.
Exactly. So that would allow, maybe if we could make that interact with the evolution, that could allow the evolution to be steered towards really focusing on the deltas rather than collecting lots of redundant data over time.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we need to have a cup of coffee afterwards.
Okay.
Dirk, I could see you nodding throughout this whole conversation. Is that, I mean, when Thomas was talking about the approach that they have followed, is that the approach that you followed as well?
It's one of the, I think one of the things that we need, because traditionally, as you said, you've tried to make a complete map, but one of the things we do is we sample, for example, very much information as soon as we hit a wall. So we get a sparse sampling of a pipeline, but it's very hard then to build a complete map. So I can see where there's yeah, the overlap is clear, yeah.
Yeah. You too, Vladimir?
Oh yeah, definitely. Definitely like this, these technologies and subsets of technologies that we have developed can probably be, if we think a little bit more, put together in something larger.
Thank you. Do we have a final question in the room?
Yeah.
Yes, I can see somebody there.
I'm Natasha, working for the European Commission. I would just like, I mean, it's a brilliant technology, and I think all of your projects are very inspiring. Thanks for that. But for someone who comes from also business world before joining the Commission, I was just wondering, how is your path on going to the market, from research going actually to the market, and later on scaling up? Considering the incomplete single market we have in Europe, considering fragmentation, and considering the fact that we are very much, when it comes to risk financing, we are lagging behind our competitors, mostly US and China. So for me, it's more like, okay, going from a research phase, because it's great. I mean, I think especially what you were explaining, Dirk, it's very interesting. But like, how then we go to a market? How do we scale up? And how we, you know, how you create this more investment that goes beyond European funding, but then attracts also private investment as well.
Yeah, so to answer a couple of your questions, so the diverse market, we did not yet explore. We just stayed in the Netherlands so far. There's enough to do there. And this second thing, and but that has a background in where I work now, is we got the support from a big engineering firm almost by luck. But that also makes our finance model so far a little bit easier, because I have time to work on it while I have a job. And we start the business at the moment that we think, okay, now this can stand on its own, and we have partners that are strong enough to start this. But that is a way also of evading the risk that you mentioned. But I hope that we found a way to in a risk-evading way, still start the company soon. Yeah.
Vladimir, maybe you'd like to add something to this, because you've also been through that process.
I can add to something, yeah. So basically, the business model that we have now, because the technology is new, is to develop some units that will be loaned or given to dive centers for a tryout period of a month or half a month or something like that. So some type of program that can enable that. So the units are working now. We just need to build larger quantities to be able to insert them. They're not too expensive. I'm not talking about millions and millions of euros, but just to be able to have them ready and taken to different potential customers, if they see the value, they could keep them. So something like that can be a way to insert them, you know, in addition to trying to invest a lot into marketing and be able to sell online. A loaner program to buy something like that can be very useful for us, for instance.
Thank you. Peter, did you want to add something to this? Okay, I think we're going to wrap here, simply because we now have a final session to go to, and we're going to be closing our day. But before that, I'd like to thank our speakers. I think that now that the conversation was picking up, we could have continued for a while. So I'm delighted at least that you got to know one another and maybe saw some cooperation possibilities. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for following us here in the room, but also online. And I wish you a nice rest of the day. Now I invite you back to the mezzanine for those of you who are here in the room for our closing session. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you.